Okay, hello everyone. We're live with the GTPlanet Endurance Series at the Daytona 24 Hours. My name is Jordan. I'm the owner and founder of GT Planet, and I'm joined here by Andrew Evans, also known as Famine on our forums.
Hello.
And this is our pre-race show. I believe we're going to have Tom join us here shortly. Is that correct, Andrew?
Yeah, I've just seen him pop online, so he shouldn't be too long.
Great. Yeah,
The
if you
voice of Radio Thanet.
yes, he's an excellent commentator. Just to give you guys a quick overview and information on where you can find everything that you'll need to enjoy today's race, make sure you go to GTPlanet.net, and you'll see a main post there with everything you need to get started, including a spotter's guide, track map, and complete guide of everybody in the race and all the teams. So definitely recommend checking that out. Of course, a link to this live stream as well. We're monitoring the chat room here on YouTube's live stream, so definitely pop in and say hello. I'll be monitoring the chat and taking questions and responding to people in the chat as we go through the race throughout the next couple of hours, and then it's going to be a long race, 24-hour race. So we've got several different broadcasting segments. It's going to be basically 3 race shows with different commentators on each one, and we're also going to feature a interview with myself and Pasm, also known as Bart, in our forums. He's competing today. He's a team manager with Avalarian Racing, and there'll be a great interview with myself and him. It's going to be about 2 hours this evening, so we'll be playing that in place of commentary a little bit later. And I think it turned out really well. I hope you guys enjoy it. But I believe, do we have Tom on the call now?
He's not quite with us just yet. He's just chucked a message to say that he's running a little bit late at the moment.
Yes. Well, tell me a bit about the support race, the Mighty Miatas race. How did that go for you?
Yes, that was a lot of fun. Although the lobbies are all set up so that the weather at the race start is dry and clear, by the time all the cars had lined up on the grid for the race start itself, the weather had taken something of a turn for the worse. And by the end of the first parade lap, it was full wet conditions. So the safety car stayed out for an extra lap. We started 10 minutes late to allow people to pit in and get full wets. It's just too dangerous for them not to. One of the guys who was touring around at the back on race hards managed to crash so heavily twice on his outlap that he needed to pit for damage repairs as well. So the first hour was pretty sopping, and there was an awful lot of spray. And it was actually my teammate David Brooks took the start, and managed to nurse the car around very carefully, staying out of a lot of trouble. But just before I hopped in for my stint at the hour mark, the weather just cleared up, and so I was able to get out of there on race hards, which didn't stop me from crashing. The pit lane unfortunately dries out very slowly. So the pit lane exit was like an ice rink. So I had a very inauspicious start to my race. But yes, after the 2 hours were up, it was good racing. People were setting lap times like they were in qualifying at the beginning. We did unfortunately lose one team very early on due to connection issues, and I think we lost the Avalarion racing team as well, which 2 of our commentators and technical experts drive for. But yeah, I think it was 10 of the 12 cars finished in the end. It was pretty close.
Yeah, I wish I had a chance to watch that race. Was there tuning allowed in that race, or did you guys set up
No,
your car?
it was tuning prohibited for that one, which awkwardly means that we couldn't run the BMW safety car because the light bar is counted as tuning. But actually, the cars were actually slightly detuned. You are allowed under tuning prohibited. You are allowed to turn the power down with a power limiter. So they were set to 195 horsepower and 795 kilos, I think, which is 460 performance points. Race hards as a minimum, although obviously people are starting on wets. Yeah, got everything done painted in team colours. That's allowed, and obviously you can paint the wheels as well. But all of the tuning's prohibited. So it's pretty much a kind of a spec race.
Yeah, always enjoy spec racing.
Yeah.
Looks like AJ is our race director. For those of you who aren't familiar with AJ, he'll be in the M4, the safety car. He's calling all the teams to the grid here. I'm going to jump on board with Inferno Racing. These two Delta Wings have really been quick in the LMP2 category so far in the qualifying practice session. What do you think about these guys? Do you think they can, I mean, they're very difficult cars to drive, in my opinion. Do you think they'll be able to hold out a full 24 hours?
This the thing. It's consistency that matters much more in a long 24-hour race like this than outright speed. If you can keep it gathered up, by all means, but they are very, very hard cars to drive. I noticed in qualifying that the Delta Wing in the session that I was in, the front tyres were permanently orange. They're very, very heavily rear downforce biased, and it was like the front wheels were just skimming off the surface everywhere. But very little understeer, but they are quite twitchy. And of course, if you're driving it like a normal car, with your normal in-car view, it's actually you have to be very careful not to cut the limits of the track too much, because the front track is so much narrower than the rear one. You can easily dip a rear wheel off, and that's that's the end of everything for you. When Delta Wings crash, they crash really hard.
Yeah.
As we've seen in real life.
Yeah, I after watching the QP sessions, I was tempted to take the Delta Wings out to see just how difficult they were here. Of course, I didn't have any type of setup or anything. It was just a stock configuration. But I've not driven the cars in a while, but it's a challenge around here. But you really have to sort of rewire your brain to drive these things, because the way they behave under threshold braking situations and the turn-in points, they can carry a lot more speed than you would anticipate. But you have to know exactly when to turn in and exactly how to handle the throttle going through a turn or coming out.
They're actually very, very kind to the tyres. The guy who had the front ones lit up the whole time, they weren't wearing. So it's a case of the guys will be pitting every 65 minutes or slightly less, simply because that's what the regulations state, rather than because they need tyres. They're very very tyre friendly.
Yeah, I'm riding along with our Scuderia GTMX team right now. The Mexican team, which are the GT500 pole sitters.
It looks like it looks like that Tom will be joining us.
Yes,
great.
hello. Good evening.
There he is.
There we
Hello,
are.
Tom.
How are we? Here we are.
Doing great.
Good, good. It's been a great day of racing thus far. Long may it continue.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad you could Glad you could join us here. You're always it's always a treat to hear you on our live stream.
Oh, you're too kind. I'll pay you later. Um, no, I always enjoy commentating on this series. It's fantastic. I mean, the preseason event, even a couple of weeks back, was fantastic. I mean, qualifying's been very interesting. The support race to the Miatas earlier on was spectacular as well. Nice to see Poland 24 Racing taking the well-earned victory there, it has to be said. And a credit to the other drivers and the other teams taking part as well. But this, of course, is the big event. And as you mentioned just a moment ago, LMP2's dominated by the Delta Wings.
Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, they don't quite necessarily dominate like this in real life. Of course, they always have to run in different categories and things. But you know, it says a lot about the physics in the game, and you know, they've certainly designed the cars to be quick and in real life and in endurance racing situations. So it's going to be interesting. But I'll tell you what, I really sympathize for these guys on all these teams because they are such a handful. I wouldn't want to have to deal with those cars for more than about an hour or so. Pulling my hair out.
Quite right. I mean, there's a smorgasbord of different categories. Have you gone through the grid yet? Has that been done? Or
No.
I've got the grid in front of me, the provisional grid from a couple of days ago. If anything's changed, do feel free to interrupt and let me know. But for those who don't know the current grid lineup, currently the grid sits as this: Inferno Racing in the Delta Wing AER lead the pack in the LMP2 spec car with a best time of a 1:36.2, I believe. Second place, another Delta Wing, of course, the Nissan won this one of SSR Motorsports. Their starting driver, TNR Philo, will take to the grid, and their best time of the qualifying session was a 1:36.1. And then comes three GT500 cars that out-qualified the remaining three LMP2 cars. So we've got the Lexus SC430 GT500 of Escuderia GTMX. That's in third position. Fourth place is Team Wise Racing's other Lexus SC430 GT500. And then in fifth is another SS Motorsports entry. This one, the Nissan GTR GT500. FRS Skater will take the start of the race, and their best time was a 1:37.3. And then comes another LMP2 car in sixth place of ABC Racing, all-American outfit this, in the Courage C60 Peugeot. Not the only Courage on the grid. We'll get over to that in a couple of moments when we go down further. Seventh place is the Scar Honda R, the GT500 car, another network team. They start seventh on the grid, their best time being a 1:39.1. And then comes some GT3 classes. So the TNR Nismo GT3 Nissan qualified in 8th place. Then comes Avalarion Racing in 9th with the Audi R8 LMS Ultra. They had a bit of a difficult Miata race and will definitely be looking to capitalise as the race progresses onwards. 10th place is the Australian outfit, the Green Hell Heathens. Nissan GTR Nismo for them as well in the GT3 class. Mint GTR takes their starting position. They start 10th on the grid. And then comes Reaper Online Racing in the the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG with R. Clark, the Briton, taking the starting position on the grid. And then comes the Kiwi outfit, Bitter Rivals Racing, the 43 car, the other Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3 class with Lionface taking the starting grid. And their best time in qualifying was a 1:46.1. So that's your grid. I mentioned earlier on there might be another LMP2 car. I was incorrect about that. I apologise. I thought there was just three LMP2 two cars in the race for this one. There was another LMP2 Pescarolo that didn't make the cut. Also another Courage C60, but that had a Judd engine as opposed to the Peugeot, and that also did not make the cut. That was of the Swift Autosport outfit, which is a bit of a shame to see. But needless to say, quite a variety of different nationalities, quite a diverse driver lineup as well. And I'm really, really looking forward, it has to be said, to the start of the grid.
Yeah, as you said, there's a lot of diversity out here in terms of cars, and I think AJ's done a great job working out a good balance of performance. So all the lap times are very close from the qualifying practice sessions. It's everybody looks competitive despite a really diverse lineup in terms of drivers and cars and drivetrain layouts and just about everything. But everybody's been running very, very closely.
Yeah, most certainly so. Just under 5 minutes now till the pace lap. We see the safety car sat on the grid at the moment. AJ, of course, series director, driving the safety car. So, Jordan, Andrew, what are you expecting to be the ultimate result of this race? 24 hours. We've done 24-hour races before. Well, there and thereabouts with the Spa one that I commentated on last time, at least. That got to near enough 24 hours. But what do we reckon will be the ultimate result?
It could be anything. I mean, the GT500s were on the pace of the LMP2s throughout much of the qualifying. Yeah, it could easily be the Delta Wings. It could easily be the Pescarolo. It could easily be a GT500. I think the Delta Wings are very, very awkward to drive. I would be surprised to see them at the pointy end.
Yeah,
but they are very, very fast. So
they are. I mean, quite. It's going to be such an interesting race. A lot of different factors to take into account as well throughout this race that are going to be very, very interesting. Of course, you've got the potential change in weather. You've got drivers, of course, suffering from fatigue, doing longer stints. And there's so many variables that could change over the course of the race. I'm very excited. Just want to mention the number 45. That's the Green Hell Heathens team starting in the Nissan GTR Nismo. That they were due to have Mint GTR starting for them, but due to a couple of issues, now Heathen Pride will take to the grid, and that's Green Hell Heathens who are starting in 10th position on the grid in their Nissan.
Actually, I think it's I Was Here will be starting.
I Was Here. Apologies, sorry.
I say this because it's actually my team.
Well, there you go. So you would know better than anyone. So yeah, apologies about that. My mistake.
There's been some hardware issues. A couple of PlayStation 3s have suddenly expired on day of race.
And speaking of being expired, I've just been disconnected from the server, which is cosmic. So
yes, I've been disconnected as well.
Yeah, that could be fun because we've got 6 minutes now to the race start. The parade lap is due to start now, I believe. So. Oh
boy, very inconvenient timing.
Exactly, yeah. So
AJ has just, our race director has just pointed out there will be a delayed start.
There we are. Very kind of him. Thank you, AJ. So there we go. As we wait now to rejoin. I know my connection up here is a bit pants. It has to be said. Sorry for the lack of a better term, but it is the Wi-Fi up here is poor. But I've got a wired power line connection that funnily enough, I bought from where I work, which I shan't name due to advertising reasons and all that. But
it's a bit pants, you said?
It's a bit pants. That's a British expression. I suppose
it's a British expression from 1995.
Yeah, it is. The problem is, I'm 17, and I'm 17 going on 70. I'm afraid to say. So it's a bit of a shame, but right, let's see if I can join this. I still can't join the server.
It's worth pointing out that we have seen this before. There's something about, and yes, I know Gran Turismo 6 has a bug. There's a shocker. There's something about having 13 stationary cars in practice mode that the game doesn't like. Because we have seen this a few times now in the 24-hour races, that when the cars aren't moving, but they all are out on track, we get a disconnect.
Quite. I'm going to have to see if I can rejoin, because it wasn't liking me just a moment ago.
So I haven't even joined yet, because I don't want to overload things.
No, it didn't really like it, but once we get the race underway, hopefully things will be okay. We don't want to miss the race start. I mean, that's the most important thing, or one of the most important things, I should say.
Yeah, I don't see a lobby yet either on my end.
No. I don't know whether I'm going to have to reboot the game or reboot in the PlayStation, which could be a bit of a pig's ear.
I see the new lobby up now. Just go to the club lobby I'm joining.
It must have just been an entire disconnection, which is a shame. It has to be said. There we are. I'm a member of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. That's what we like to see.
The keen viewers will note that we're using the community club system that was added in an update in autumn last year, which allows you to set up private groups like this that allow you to better manage the participants In fact, GTPlanet, the website itself, has the very, very first community club group with the lowest ID number, which we happened to get because I was awake just as the update came out, and I was just spamming the create club button.
I'll have to talk to you this evening, Andrew, actually, about, of course, GTpedia as well. I have to make a note of that to talk about it at some point.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. As you were, sorry.
Hello?
We're always eager to talk about GTpedia.
Always.
How have sales gone? How have sales gone for that so far? Very well.
Yeah, very well, very well. Very pleasantly surprised. And every time, of course, we launch an update, I think we're on like 5 updates or 6 updates now.
Yeah.
You know, more people always come to check it out and see that we're happy to see we're supporting the product. And it's really great. It's a lot of fun. I think it's Gran Turismo is such an expansive thing. You know, it's a movement in many ways, and it's great to have that reference guide. I know I reference it very often to answer questions if I'm writing a blog post or answering someone's emails. It's always good to have an authoritative guide for what was in each game. So it's a great thing to have.
Certainly is. Sorry, apologies. I'm just writing a tweet, as it were.
Yes, I always forget to keep an eye on my Twitter during these races.
You see, the good thing is, if we do actually end up having some kind of red flag or something it stops play, the good thing is I can ramble on due to my experience in radio for about 10 years, I think. So I think we might be if the race doesn't take place, I think I could probably cover 24 hours. So if it does all go peak tong, I think we'll be all right. But yeah, being on the radio does require you to pad a lot of time talking about a lot of nonsense as well. So yeah, we'll wait and see how it goes.
Yeah, please carry on. I'm going to adjust our social media updates for to be a little bit more appropriate timing with the start of the race. Don't want to send everybody to our live stream when we're not quite ready yet.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just for those who have just tuned in, very recently we see the numbers increasing all the time. For those who are expecting the race to get underway at 7 o'clock, there is a bit of a delayed start due to a couple of technical glitches. So the race will be delayed, and we will have a start for you at some point in the near future. We are going to keep you updated, of course, with any developments that we know of and the like. So hang on a minute, I'm just going to cut off my music in the background. No one wants to hear the music. Everyone wants to hear the cars. Right, so let's have a look. So yeah, the Daytona 24 hours, of course, it's quite a circuit, this one. We saw in the Miata races that people were definitely struggling to slow it down for turn 1. That, of course, is going to be potentially exacerbated by the LMP2 cars and also the GT500 cars, the faster cars on the grid as well. Obviously, drivers will be driving longer stints as well due to the duration of the race. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it will affect how the track will affect drivers, how the grip levels may change, how there are different variables throughout, and it's going to be such a fascinating race, not just in the case of there's going to be overtaking and a lot of action on track, but there are a lot of other factors that need to be taken into account. I think factors is my word of the day. I'm going to use that for the next 24 hours.
It's a great word.
It is. I have to say, it comes in very useful. So I'm... I think this race is good. By the way, if you do have any questions you want to ask us, whether it's about Gran Turismo, whether it's about GTPlanet, myself, or Jordan, or perhaps Andrew as well, otherwise known as Famine, of course. If you have any questions, feel free, shoot them on over to us on the comments box on the live stream on YouTube. We'll happily answer them, I'm sure, as long as they're obviously of an acceptable nature. We always like to hear your questions, like to get you guys involved as well. But all cars are currently going to pit road then. As you see, the safety car is now pounding around track courtesy of AJ. I was always wondering, wouldn't it be embarrassing if the safety car spun off? But that won't happen, of course. So Oh dear. No, but I mean, the was interesting thing is I was having a look at the circuit map before I commentated on the other race this afternoon. I was having a look round, and interesting to see that only 2 corners have names on them according to this circuit map. At least we've got the International Horseshoe, which is the hairpin at turn 3, and then you've got the bus stop, of course, being turns 8, 9, 10, and 11. So it's that's a series of corners that the bus stop chicane. Very well, I say very vaguely similar. I should point out to the old one at Spa-Francorchamps, but nothing like it now. Of course, it's been entirely remodeled. But as we see cars now going out onto circuit, then, which is good to see, and we'll have a grid formation for you very, very shortly.
Yeah, you know, this circuit is so challenging. I've always struggled with it. I've done quite a few laps here, but the infield section is so tight, and it seems it's very technical. Even the bus stop section is very high speed. You have to get everything just right, and if you drop a wheel off, you know, you're in real trouble. It's it's a real challenging circuit, and not one that I would want to drive on for 24 hours.
No, you're most certainly right. I mean, we saw, again, relating back to the Miata race, we saw a lot of cars struggling at the bus stop chicane. I mean, we saw Andrew, of course, who was racing in there earlier on. He was battling with, I forget who it was now, but you were battling with a driver, and he just dipped a wheel off, and that allowed you to get past, I believe, Andrew.
Yeah, it was Kamau, the Spanish driver.
That was the one, yeah.
But yeah, I like the bus stop, and it was a corner that I always got right in qualifying, so I did a couple of overtakes there in the race.
Well, you were carrying
one very nice one as well.
I mean, you were carrying so much more speed than everyone else through that corner. It was evident to see your confidence through there. So, I mean, what was your opinion of the Daytona circuit within the Miatas?
In general, I'm not a massive fan of the Daytona infield. I always struggle a little bit with turns 3 and 5. And with the MX-5, and I was carrying a little bit of front right damage, which was my own fault. Turn 6 was a bit of an understeer nightmare in the MX-5 with the bent front right. But by and large, it was fine. With the MX-5, you can brake very, very late. You can get on the power very, very early, and it doesn't squirrel around too much. So there's a nice flow to it today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very drivable car, the MX-5.
Yeah.
Having a look at that, of course, the weather conditions did play a part, but obviously you weren't involved in that because of your stint in the race being later. You lucky thing.
Yeah, but as any MX-5 owner knows, as long as you're over 40 miles an hour, it doesn't matter whether the roof's up or down. The rain doesn't come in.
No, quite. Oh dear. Just out of interest, I don't know who's controlling the overlay graphics on the live stream, but the countdown timer will have to be edited at some point, won't it? So,
yeah, I believe, I'm not sure if Bart is taking care of that or if that is AJ. I believe that may be Bart, so it may be a while before we can get that fixed.
I have been asked if we have any hashtags for the race for Twitter.
Should we create some?
Well, Venari, one of our forum members, suggested Radio Planet.
Yeah. I like the sound of that.
Yeah,
That's
I like that.
Not a bad one.
And in fact, he's already used it. So.
Trending topic.
We can create a fake frequency as well. 81.9 FM or something.
Isn't that police band?
Probably so, yeah. I'll just give you my radio station's frequency. We can use that one. They won't mind.
I see someone asked earlier if there's a chance I would ever be competing in one of these endurance races, and the answer is I would like to, but you know, I want to keep it competitive for everyone else. I don't want to dominate the competition too bad. So,
well, you have been to more GT Academy finals than anyone apart from me.
That is true. I have been to a lot of GT Academy finals, so I don't want to make everybody feel bad. I don't want to pull a Michael Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel on everyone and make it not competitive. So,
oh dear. Well, the good thing is, if I ever competed in them, there'd be no hope of that happening. So, oh dear. No, I enjoy endurance racing. Actually, it's good fun. It brings a different level of it requires a different level of skill, I think. I'm used to doing sort of sprint races. Of course, it requires a different level of skill. So it's good. It's very interesting racing. Of course, a lot of following as well. It has endurance racing, and that's evident here today. I mean, what's that? 156 people now watching us on the live stream, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I see 157 now. So it's a great response, and as I mentioned in the interview, which you'll be hearing later tonight, for everyone watching, the reason we do this is really all volunteers, everybody involved here today. So the reason we do this is because we love to see people watching. We love to see those numbers. We love to see activity in the chat. So share this with your friends, tweet it, share it on Facebook. Spread the word to other people that you think may be interested, because for all of us involved, we love to put on a show, put on an event, and that's a great way to show your appreciation if you enjoy what we're doing here today.
There we go. If you do want to share it, by the way, feel free to post it on social media or any other place that you want to share it with. If you're on Twitter, you're on Facebook, something like that. Get people watching. You can put it on the telly in your house. Why not? Just hook up your laptop and watch it on the telly. Because it's going to be very good fun. Of course, I'm here until about 10:30, something like that. So it should be very good fun. And I mean, this is unfortunately the only stint I'm going to be doing all weekend, which I'm a bit sad about. I'm working tomorrow, rather inconveniently, right at the peak times of the race, and I finish, I think, at about sort of 5:30 GMT, and the race finishes at 7 p.m. GMT. And I've got to do some other commentary because another series I commentate on waiting on a video that I've got to do. So I'm far too busy, is I think how things are at the moment. So it's a shame, really, because I really did want to commentate on the finish of this as well. But I'm extremely looking forward to the start.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I'm riding along with Lionface right now in the Bitter Rivals Racing SLS AMG GT3 car, and it seems the car is already reporting some damage on the front right. And
I haven't got that on my screen. It has to be said.
You don't?
No, I'm not seeing anything on mine. 1 minute to start, by the way, just so you know. Yeah. So 1 minute countdown to start. Then, if you're watching the race, very good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're listening. You're watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series, 24 Hours of Daytona. A delayed start, of course, coming up to 7:10 GMT, which is 2:10 local time. And it's wonderful to have your company. Thank you for tuning in. And we're going to be here commentating on your race. Myself, Tom Brooks. We're going to be joined by, of course, Andrew as well.
Hello.
There we are. And also, of course, webmaster and founder of GTPlanet, who, of course, without doing this, we wouldn't be here. Jordan, of course, as well. So good evening, Jordan, or good afternoon.
Hello, Tom. Thanks, everybody, for joining us.
There we are. So looking forward to it. The horns are blazing as well. There we go. So the pace car leaves the grid then. And the formation lap is now underway. GTP AJ leads the pack away from the two Delta wings of Inferno Racing. TNR Philo also taking second place on the grid. Then comes, as I mentioned, the smorgasbord of GT500 class cars led by two SC430s, a Nissan GTR, then another LMP2 car, and that's the Pescarolo there in sixth place, I should say, rather. And then comes Good Wolf in the Honda HSV, which is very, very, it makes a very good noise, that car, I have to say. A GT500 spec car, that one. And then comes the GT3 cars as well. So we've got the Nissan GTR behind him, of course, of De Bomb, and then the Avalarion Racing GT3 car of GTP Pasm. And then I Was Here takes the Green Hell Heathens in the start of the Green Hell Heathens car. And then comes R. Clark in the Mercedes SLS AMG. And then Lionface rounds off your grid in the number 43 Mercedes SLS AMG.
I see the safety car has got his wipers on, presumably predicting the same sort of weather we had at the start of the sport race.
It's always funny to find what to say on the countdown to races. I mean, it's a very, very conservative pace, of course, that AJ is taking round, and all the cars following him round very well. But it's always always interesting to try and find out what to say on the start to a race. There's so many different things you could talk about. Of course, the two Delta Wings, like we say, leading the pack. Of course, the AER Delta Wing, which is the number, as I get my spotter's guide out, the number 11 Delta Wing there. That's one of the locally based teams, actually, of Inferno Racing. So one of the only locally based teams we've got competing in the series. And they, of course, have taken pole position. TNR Philo, as we said, in second place. And as we mentioned, further back, of course, come the GT500, a couple of LMP2 cars, and then, of course, the GT3 cars as well. So, the formation lap is just coming on towards the back end of the circuit and heading around. Currently, I think 37 miles an hour is what AJ is doing.
Yep,
so,
60 k's. He's on the start button speed limiter.
There we go.
You might notice that people have been told not to weave. Because of the relatively slow speed, we've found that if people are driving unpredictably to keep their tyres warm, which doesn't really work at this sort of speed, there can be lots of collisions behind the safety car, and that doesn't really work. So people have been asked not to weave and to drive predictably, at least until the safety car is peeled off, and there won't be any passing until the start-finish line, I believe.
Quite right. So let's have a look. So 173 people now tuned in, which is fantastic to see. And we're gearing up for a start at Daytona. 24-hour-long race, this, of course, as is suggested by the title. Be a bit disappointing if it was only 6, wouldn't it? It's going to be a cracker, is what it's going to be. And it's been a long time coming. This actually, I've enjoyed the off season. I've not enjoyed the off season, I have to say, and it's been nice to be able to get the racing underway once again. Anyway, typically sunny conditions we should mention as well, which is in contrast to the Miata race earlier on, which started in the pouring rain. And no indication of rain thus far as well. 14:13 local time, as you can see on your screen. And like I say, no indication of rain thus far, and which is a good sign, I have to say, because especially for the drivers who are competing, it's very nice to see that they'll have a nice sort of not predictable start, but an easier start to the race than would have been, say, if there had been some kind of rain or overcast conditions which could have dropped the track temperature or increased surface water, for example. That really does throw a whole new variable into the race, which, as good a spectacle as it is to watch, is not particularly nice for those who are out there on the circuit.
Yeah, it's hard enough having to deal with turn 1 at the best of times, let alone when it's wet.
Yeah, quite right. I mean, that's testament to the drivers who were going off earlier, but the cars coming round then, the penultimate corner, and they're lining up in grid formation now. We wait for AJ to pop into the pit lane, and then we will be racing. The American Inferno Racing will kick off the proceedings, and he will lead across the line then. So are we ready for a start? I think we certainly are ready for a start. So there we are. GTP AJ goes in towards the pit lane, and the green flag is waved. The revs are increasing, the cars are go, and we're underway here at Daytona. The 24-hour race is go. The cars come barreling down then towards turn 1. Inferno Racing's Delta Wing leads it in towards turn 1. Then comes the second place Delta Wing. Fantastic racing between the two. Are they all going to get cleanly through turn 1? Yes, I believe everybody managed to make it through. Testament to the driving standards and the driving skills. But as we mentioned, Inferno Racing's Delta Wing currently leads it from the number 10 car. That is SSR Motorsports. They're in second place thus far. Third position, we're going to have a look on the screen now, I believe is one of the SC430s. That's the GTMX team, the Mexican-run team, being harassed by the Portuguese driver there. The Portuguese driver, of course, being Team Wise Racing, which is the GT500 car, the number 25. He's looking to go up the inside in towards the bank section. Are they all going to make it through? He looks up the inside, very, very close together. He's in the slipstream now and hunted down by another series of GT500 cars then, as they're onto the banked section, and TNR Philo is going to have to be very careful. His LMP2 car, I believe, is going to be overtaken as well as the cars come barreling in towards the bus stop chicane for the first time. But, yeah, TNR Philo overtaken there. Oh, instant in towards the bus stop chicane. GTMX. Oh, dear, that was GTMX SC430 causing TNR Philo to go round. Is there any damage? Yes, there's damage on the Delta Wing there. So, the LMP2 car suffering damage at this stage of the race. They all thankfully avoid him as he crawls his way out of the bus stop chicane. But a comfortable lead for the Inferno rating of quite a few seconds, it's got to be said. In second place currently is GTMX in the Mexican Run SC430. And then we see in third place is Goodwolf, who is getting sideways on the bank section. And into turn one, he goes deep into turn one. And that, I believe, allows GTMX to go through. The positions have changed, I apologise. So FSR Skater currently in second place. Goodwolf in third. GTMX in fourth place at the moment. And then Passam is in sixth place. Who is doing a very good job, it has to be said, for Avalarion Racing. They were quite down towards the rear of the field. We've already got some pit stops happening further back. The American D Griffin 28 is in the pit lane in the LMP2 Pescarolo. Also, we see EOL in the Italian run SC430 for Team Wise Racing. And, of course, TNR Philo back in there as well in his LMP2 specification Delta Wing. Such a shame for them. An incident happening in towards the bus stop chicane. But your current running order is Inferno Racing's, of course, the Delta Wing leading the pack. FSR Skater in second place in the GT500. Nissan GTR being harassed by GTMX Jelly RT there in the SC430. They're very close in towards the bus stop. We'll have a look further down the field, though. Passam in fifth place, I believe. De Bomb in sixth. Seventh place is R. Clark, who's just coming through in the number 42. Mercedes SLS AMG. The number 43 SLS AMG is Lionface there, so they've really made gains due to other people's misfortune, rather. Number 10, a penalty already then. The number 10 car, that, I believe, is the SC430 of GTMX causing avoidable contact. So a penalty already at this stage in the race. We're only on the second racing lap.
It's quite an amazing start.
Certainly was. Action-packed. Sorry, I got a bit carried away there.
No, please. I can barely keep up with it all on the cameras. There's a lot going on track at the moment.
So there we are. A confirmation that number 10, the GTMX car will take a drive-through penalty due to causing avoidable contact at the bus stop chicane. A bit of a shame. I'm fairly sure that wasn't their intention. Sorry, the number 10 car, I believe. I'm maybe very much mistaken. Number 10 car is actually SSR Motorsports.
It's the Delta Wing.
Yeah, my sincere apologies. I got that completely mucked up. So that was TNR. That's TNR Philo, who's going to have to take a penalty. He's already taken a pit stop as well. That's really going to put them almost out of contention for this part of the race, at least, before it's really begun.
Yeah, it looked rather like the Delta Wing outbraked himself on the inside of the bus stop and
yeah.
took
All we see,
took the Lexus around the outside.
Yeah, sorry to cut across to you there, Andrew. We saw that was FSR Skater getting his braking all crossed up, coming out of the bus stop chicane, and that then has allowed GTMX in the number 24 Lexus to get ahead, and he is currently sitting pretty in second place as the cars pound around to start lap 4. Then lap 3 or 4, I believe. Lap 3, isn't it? Or was it lap 4? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway. So there we go. So let's have a look at your running order. TNR Philo takes his penalty then. He's in the pit lane in the Delta Wing. Rather amicably takes it decidedly early as well, which is always good to see. Didn't decide to outrun it. As we saw in the Miata race earlier on, a driver didn't take his penalty and was thus disqualified from the race. But all the cars streaming past him for the second time. So TNR Philo in the Delta Wing is really going to have to push to be able to catch up with the rest of the field. He is currently 2 laps down already out of 4 laps thus far.
Yeah, not how he wanted to start this race, I'm sure.
No, most certainly not. Just had a question from PJ Tierney. asks, how hard is the Delta Wing to drive? Having not driven the Delta Wing, I'm not able to comment on that, I'm afraid to say, but how hard is the Delta Wing to drive?
Extremely.
There we are. One word answer.
It is extremely hard to drive. I was putting in a few laps just to see how competitive I would be with the pole lap time in SSR Motorsports Delta Wing, and I was about 4.5 seconds off after about 10 laps. But it's hard to describe. It's really encourage everybody to try it out, but it's very difficult to describe. It's not real predictable. It's not very neutral. It's quick. It can carry a lot of speed through a corner, more so than you would expect. But it's really challenging. You have to sort of rewire a lot of the muscle memory and instinct that you get from driving normal shaped cars. You have to sort of reprogram yourself. I think if somebody started from the very beginning driving a car like the Delta Wing, maybe they could be really quick in it. But otherwise, it takes a special skill set.
Most certainly so. Just want to give some confirmation as to who is in the box, where we have GTB Famine, otherwise known in real life as Andrews. Sorry to interrupt. We see TNR Philo going off, coming out of the bus stop chicane. What a shame! What a shame for the SSR Motorsports car. The number 10 taking a penalty, had a pit stop as well, and also suffering damage on his car, and is really struggling to get to grips with it, I'm afraid to say. Sorry to interrupt there, but yes, in the box this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you're listening, for those who aren't aware, we have GTB Famine, otherwise known as Andrew.
I'm often known as Famine as well, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true, to be honest with you. Has anyone ever come up to you, come up to you rather, and said, "Hello, Famine"?
Yes.
Sort of thing.
Yeah,
okay.
At Le Mans and at Silverstone, bizarrely.
Does it seem weird?
No, not at all.
See, I don't think I could handle being called a different name. I'm kind of lucky in the fact that my name is just Tom Brooks, because it's not an unusual name, thankfully. So I haven't had to adopt a radio persona, as it were. I mean, there's someone I know who was a broadcaster on radio, and his name is completely different to his real name, which of course a lot of people do. Also in the box this morning, or this evening, wherever you're listening, is of course GTPlanet webmaster, and of course the legendary founder and the legend living that is Jordan, of course. There we are. So, do you think I've got legend enough in there?
Yeah, I'm just watching this battle between R. Clark and Pasm, our moderator here. So that's Avalarian Racing, and that's Reaper Racing, I believe, in the SLS. They had a great battle. Looks like Pasm came out in front, but this could play out over the entire race. These guys don't seem to be pulling away from one another. So
No, most certainly not. So, and also, I should just conclude in the box is myself at the moment, Tom Brooks. Lovely to have your company as well, and you're watching the 24 Hours of Daytona. And as Jordan just mentioned, some great battles going on throughout the field, as we saw GTP Pasm for the Avalarion Racing have had quite a good start to the race, actually, it has to be said. They were really struggling for pace in qualifying. It was disappointing to see them so far down the grid. Of course, in retrospect, of course, they are running a GT3 spec car, but they were relatively competitive. But it was a shame to see them start, of course, in that position. But they really have made gains at this stage of the race, of course, due to other people's misfortune. But so I'm going to have a look at the front, and comfortably out front is Inferno Racing, and the Delta Wing starting their 8th lap, I believe. Their 7th lap, rather, I should say, of the race. Currently comfortably out in front, no challengers, and quite a healthy lead to the second place car as well, which is always good to see for them, because that puts the pressure off them, allows them to settle into a comfortable place. Second place, I should say, is still GTMX GLRT, who is driving the Lexus SC 434 as he gets his prep sheet again. Team-wise racing, of course, number 25, which actually has the number 24 on it, which is kind of funny. Sorry, that is number 24. I apologise. It's a Scuderia GTMX. I'm getting confused. So there we are. That's why. Because I'm a bit of a Burke and I forgot. Anyway, having a look then at third position in the race as he scrambles through his thing to try and find out who it is. And it's FRS Skater. And he, when the screen loads, is driving, of course, the Nissan GTR in the GT500 category. That is for the Russian Roulette racing team.
Got a little bit of a battle between PASM and EOL with Team Wise Racing. He just passed PASM there. They are going into turn number 3. No, wait, they're at 5.
Yeah, quite right as well. I'm just having a look then at PASM at the moment, who, as you mentioned, is he's really pushing very hard, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had a busy race.
Yeah, he has thus far. I mean, it's only been a few laps, but it's a testament to the Avalarion racing team, who, again, sorry to relate back to it, but the Miatas, they endured a torrid time in the Miata race, unfortunately. Were absolutely nowhere and sadly had to retire the car. Not nowhere in terms of pace, of course, due to a couple of incidents. They were just absolutely nowhere on the grid, or in the field, rather, I'm afraid to say. They had to retire their car. So apologies if you haven't seen the Miata race, by the way. But if you haven't, you can watch it on the GTPlanet channel, can't you, I believe? Is that correct?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I was watching my wonderful overtake earlier.
Not that you're vain or anything.
No, not at all. I just wanted to see how good it looked to everyone else. Of course, I videoed the whole thing myself as well anyway, so...
Yeah, quite. Is that from an onboard famine point of view?
Yep. Famcam.
Famcam, I like that. Yeah, Tomcam doesn't work so well. Well, no, I've heard worse.
Rob Terrace, who's an acquaintance of mine, has commented on Twitter that he's also known as 4 different names in real life, depending on who he's talking to. And he's obviously called various other rude names by me.
Yes, which we shan't repeat on here.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, someone's retweeted me on Twitter. If you haven't looked on Twitter, by the way, I posted a rather dodgy selfie of me in front of my microphone with my headphones around my neck. As GTPlanet retweeted it as well, you might have seen. So
that's Venari who's retweeted
you.
you.
It was, yes. Quite. I shall follow him immediately. There we are. He now has 51 followers. That will make his day. That's enough to scare children, that is. Anyway, relating back to the race, sorry, we went a bit off topic there. If you do want to tweet us, by the way, we should probably mention you can get in touch with us on Twitter. You can tweet GTPlanet at GTPlanet News. You can also find myself on there at Tom Brooks F1. Also, Famine is on there at GTP_Famine. Are you on Twitter with a personal account, Jordan?
Yes, I am at Jordan MG.
There we are. You can't go far wrong. So we'll be keeping you up to date, and I might post another weird selfie later on. Depends on the trajectory of this race. But right now, it's fascinating. Grid sort of spreading out a little bit. Everyone driving very, very consistently. No major incidents at this stage of the race. It was all sort of go a bit earlier on, but everything calming down a bit now, it has to be said, which is good. Because it allows drivers, like I said earlier on, to just set on into that rhythm, just gain that little bit of consistency, and set some competitive and comfortable lap times, bed themselves in with the car a bit more, and just get used to the long haul, as it were. How long are we expecting the stints to be, out of interest? What would you say is the average stint length going on the other races?
Well, drivers are, I think, they're only allowed a maximum of 65 minutes of driving without pitting. I can't remember what the maximum driving period in total in a 24-hour race is, unfortunately, because I've not actually had to partake in one yet. But I'll have to remind myself of it before I do, because I'll be driving in GT Cup this season. But yeah, I mean, the Delta Wings, they're likely to run out of time before they run out of fuel or tyres.
Certainly so. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. I had to stand up. I'm sitting down. I'm used to standing up. Anyway, your current order, we see AER Inferno, who is currently out in front. And then it is still GTMX in second place, driving for the Mexican outfit, as we saw GT Pasim kicking up a bit of dust through the bus stop chicane. R. Clark still relatively close behind, it has to be said. I believe they are the closest pair on track at the moment, judging by my circuit map. So we'll keep an eye on that development in the GT3 class. Scraping along the ground is the number 3 for GTP Passam. It says number 3, but it is a wrongly numbered car. We should mention for the Avalarion team. Now, he once again refers to his crib sheet. They are actually driving as number 33, which isn't that hard. You just put a number 3 on the end, and then you get their car number. So,
just for people who are looking, the sidebar has just been updated. It's not going to be live timing because of the nature of the way we have to run these events in a practice lobby rather than a full race lobby. In fact, that's why the sidebar is overlaid over the driver position that GT6 would give you, because that would only be the fastest lap, not the leaderboard. But it has just been updated for the current positions after just shy of half an hour.
There we are. Nicely done.
Yeah, there's a lot of concessions we have to make. Gran Turismo 6, of course, isn't really designed to host a 24-hour endurance race, so it's taken really a year of work to figure out the best way to display all of this data, and even to get everyone on board with the commentary and the live streams. And it's a surprising amount of work, and got to say kudos and thank you to everyone who's helped out over the past 6 months, a year really, since we first started working on these endurance races.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for inviting someone like myself who only really plays a sort of minor role in the series, being a commentator. It's a pleasure to be a part of it, and it does produce some fantastic racing as well, has to be said. Anyway, we're having a look at the battles on track at the moment. I'm having a look at the battles on track at the moment, I should say. Passam seems to bridge a little bit of a gap to the car behind him, which I believe was R. Clark 83. It is R. Clark 83 who's currently behind him on circuit. Avalarion Racing still leading, but Avalarion, as we said earlier on, had a bit of a torrid start to their Daytona campaign, but needless to say, they're performing very, very consistently so far. Obviously, the R8s are much preferred for their liking, it would appear, and everyone's driving very consistently and very well. We should mention there are a smorgasbord of teams and some local teams involved as well, which is very, very nice to see. We will mention the local teams. Inferno Racing, currently leading a Grand Prix. The number 11 Delta Wing AER, I should say. They are a local team who are based on the game. And I believe there's another mixed team as well competing in this one, and that would be the number 45 Green Hell Heathens Nissan GTR. Now, they are have the number 23 on the side of their car, or the 123 rather, I should say. Yeah, they are number 45, and they are a mixed team. The other teams, as far as I'm aware, according to my sheet, are all networked. But the local-based team currently out in front. 3 drivers in their team, which means, unlike others, where they've got, say, 8 drivers, or 4 drivers, or 5 drivers, they're going to have to do longer stints, really, it would have to be said, or... because you can't really pull into the pit lane, even if you have got quite a lead, because you lose so much time in the pit lane doing a shorter stint. So there we are. Anyway, it's still Inferno Racing leading your pack then in the Delta Wing AER. He is just going through turn 1, and I believe he's coming up to lap GTP Passam. He is indeed, flashes the lights and gets past with ease. So great sportsmanship there from Avalarion, allowing the Delta Wing to go through. That's, of course, Inferno Racing.
Looks like D. Griffin just passed TNR Philo of SSR Motorsports. I'm not sure if he is lapping him. I've not been monitoring their race as closely, so I'm not sure what just happened.
No, I mean, according to the screen, TNR Philo, I think TNR Philo is at least a lap down on the remainder of the field. So, I believe if TNR Philo gets up, he will therefore be unlapping himself. Of course, he has to get past the rest of the pack and then come around to them again in order to fight for position. So, I believe that must have just been D. Griffin either lapping Philo again or TNR Philo coming around due to the speed difference, of course, to unlap himself against Griffin. So it wouldn't be for position, as far as I'm aware. So the 24 hours of Dyson, someone's put on there as a hashtag. I like that. That's quite inventive. If you've got a hashtag for us to use, by the way, feel free to post it in the chat. If you've got any questions, by the way, this morning, this afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening from, you can get in touch and post them either on Twitter, of course. Give us a tweet at GTPlanet News, or tweet one of us here in the com box. Or you can just simply post it on the chat as well. You can't really go far wrong. Doesn't matter what it is. We'll answer it. Doesn't matter whether it's related to the racing, whether it's related to Gran Turismo, whether it's related to one of us three sat here talking about the race. Feel free to get in touch this evening and let us know.
Yeah, and tell us where you're watching from, too. It's always interesting to see just how far, just how big the GT Planet really is, I guess you could say. So leave a note with some info about where you're watching from. It's always fun to find that out.
There we are. Yeah, it's 175 of you tuned in currently at the moment, according to my screen. Bear with me just a moment. I'm just going to go and blow my nose. I'm suffering a terrible cold, I'm afraid to say. So I'll be back in just a mo.
Looks like TNR Philo had another off there at the bus stop. That was really struggled in that car today. But as we talked about in the pre-race show, it's a challenging car to drive.
Yeah, although the Inferno team are doing pretty nicely at the sharp end there.
That's true.
I really want to see how they'll drive in the rain. But some men just want to watch the world burn. Philo's taking it relatively slowly, but he's avoiding the pits. So we'll see what goes on for the rest of it. Oh, a bit of a slide through turn one there.
The car is showing damage on just about everything.
Yeah. That might be from the earlier collision. That might be the way that GT6 retains that information for no reason. It's worth a note just how close together the LMP2 cars and the GT500s actually are in terms of pace. They were trading fastest laps throughout the qualifying, and it's the GT3s will be the only cars that will be showing blue flags this weekend because they are an order of magnitude slower than the other two classes.
I was really impressed when I actually looked at the lap times from the qualifying practice sessions, just how fast the GT500 cars actually were. They very competitive. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, they could actually go for the overall win if things don't go so well for some of the LMP2 challengers.
It looks like the cars are all nicely spaced out at the moment, so there shouldn't be any damage from any contretemps. It's interesting to see the relative tyre wear between the classes as well. I notice Passam's Audi is down to 8s front right and rear left and 9s on the other two. He is carrying a bit of damage on the front right there, and it is lighting that front right tyre up more often. So yeah, it seems that the GT3s are not only much slower, they're also much hungrier on their tyres. But the GT500s are certainly making it up by sucking down fuel at an alarming rate.
Looks like Good Wolf is going into the pits. I'm not sure. That'd be a fuel stop. Looks like he has.
It could well be. I mean, he'll be down to a quarter of a tank, give or take. Looks like he's just over a third actually. So
Maybe he suffered some damage.
He's taking fuel on.
Yeah, looks like just over a quarter of a tank fuel.
And a new set of boots.
A new set of boots.
We always like to explore some transatlantic slang on these commentaries, don't we?
Yes, it's always interesting to hear what you guys come up with.
So when I was, as people might know, I got married in the USA, and one of the GTPlanet forum members, well, actually quite a few of them came to the wedding, but one's a guy who everybody in the opinions and current events forum will know, called Danoff, and we were teaching him British slang while we were there, and it's really, really funny.
It's like another language
Yeah.
to me. But it's really fun. And certain things that you really like sort of kind of stick with you. And then I find myself using them, and then people look at me funny like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, asking if it's that weird British guy who you wrote a book with despite never meeting. If it's him that's been an influence on you again.
We've got a question about how we're actually commentating live. We're just using good old-fashioned Skype right now.
Yeah. Though there are a number of different ways that we're viewing the video. Some of us, the more important people, they are actually in the lobby. The stewards, particularly, they're in the lobby watching everything live. I'm catching a version of the live stream that's slightly ahead of the YouTube stream for me. But yes, we're basically just chatting over Skype.
And he's back in the room. Right, so let's carry on then with the action.
Running Sushu says, "Did I teach you any slang from Middlesbrough?" No.
We need some Murray Walker. I can do my Murray Walker impression if you want. Oh, and there's some cars in the pit lane. There you go.
There are, in fact, some cars in the pit lane.
There are actually some cars in the pit lane. That was well timed. GTP Pasm for Avalarion Racing Pits. Also, R. Clark in the Mercedes SLS GT3, the number 43 car. That is that Bit of Rivals? That is Bit of Rivals Racing, I believe. Is that Reaper Online? Or is it number 4? Oh, it's number 42, I apologise. That's Reaper Online Racing. Apologies. So they are in the pit lane and out again, just a splash and dash. I do think that R. Clark was carrying a bit of damage. Passam, likewise, as well. It's a bit early to be stopping in the race, so they won't obviously need to take any more fuel on board due to the long-range fuel tanks installed in the car. But it'll be interesting to see why. I can only imagine it was due to damage, the reason they pitted.
He was carrying a little bit of front right damage that was wearing his front right tyre down slightly more than the others. But he was down to 8 at the opposing corners, which is, it's still nearly good enough to go full pace on. The real cliff for tyres is when they get down to 3. When they're at 3, you might as well be driving with ice skates.
Yeah, probably produce less smoke than with ice skates as well, actually. Mind you, I speaking of tyres, actually, I chatted to the head of motorsport at Pirelli, Paul Hembry, of course. I'm sure you might have heard of him if you watched the Formula One scene. And I was chatting to him about the tyres for the forthcoming Formula One season. Very fascinating it was as well. I did a bit of an interview with him, which can be found on my channel on YouTube, by the way, which I will post a comment so you can click on me if you want to have a quick look at it in just a moment. But yeah, I was chatting away to him, and he said that obviously the new Super Soft compound is going to be announced, but they're basically going to stick to the same sort of structure as 2014. Now, we know that 2014 in Formula One produced a lot of criticism by drivers and teams due to the tyres, saying that they weren't able to drive, of course, at 100%. They felt that they were driving well within their limits, which they didn't think was in keeping with the sport. So yeah, it's just a bit of news for you. Just thought I'd share that with you, what happened when I chatted to Paul Hembry, which, like I say, the full interview can be found if you click on my channel, which I will post a comment saying... I will post a comment saying... I'll post a hashtag. I'll post my version of a hashtag. There we go.
As far as we're concerned, Pirelli were doing what they were told to do, make tyres that will not last. They made tyres that wouldn't last, and then people didn't like the fact that they weren't lasting. Well, the teams didn't.
We got a great battle with Passam, and I was here with Green Hill Heathens versus Avalarian. They're very close.
They are very close on circuit, and also want to mention TNR Philo coming up behind Passam as well. He must be looking to unlap himself, flashing the lights he is. So there we go. Sorry, that's my dog yapping in the background. Apologies about that. This is what you don't get on mainstream television channels. Dogs yapping in the background. Anyway, hang on just a moment. I will be back momentarily.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn in this particular battle between the GTPlanet moderators and my own team. So, but they are being caught by TNR Philo quite quickly as well.
Sorry about that. That was my girlfriend. She's off roller skating.
She's not yapping as well, is she? Because that would be really weird.
Something like that.
So wait, is it your dog or your girlfriend?
Don't say that. Oh, honestly, I've got to tell you later on about a cluster fluck I made at the radio the other day. That was well avoided. Sorry about that. But I made a right balls up at the radio the other day. I ended up calling the program manager at the station. Ended up calling his wife a dog. Yeah, I know, he was not impressed. I didn't mean to. It wasn't intentional. I didn't realise I'd done it until afterwards as well. So I was sat there laughing away, and then he came in and was rather offended by it. But it's a bit of a long-winded story. But long and the short of it, it was a complete accident. But yeah, if you're ever on the radio, don't call someone's wife a dog, because it doesn't always end up that well.
That reminds me of the Brooklyn Nine-Nine sketch. Is Kelly your wife or your dog? That's great.
Brilliant. Just so everyone's aware, if they are now tuned into the stream, and we have some new viewers on board as well, of course, the timer at the top of the screen isn't entirely accurate. Essentially, there was a delayed start by around 10 or so minutes, mainly due to some connection and technical issues that we encountered. So we had to delay the start by around 10 minutes, unfortunately so. Therefore, the timer, which is... all the overlays of the graphics, by the way, I should say, are done by Bart. And Bart, of course, is rather busy at the moment. So there'll be no update as far as the timer is concerned, unfortunately. So we'll just have to keep you updated with the duration of the race as and when we know more, unfortunately. So there we are.
I see your cluster fluck has already been turned into a hashtag.
A hashtag, yeah, there we are.
Fisticuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Fustercluck. That's what I meant. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. I'm going to have to tweet that now, aren't I? Hashtag Flustercluck or whatever. Dear, oh dear. But it is still Inferno Racing, I believe, who's out in front in the Delta Wing. Passam bridged a bit of a gap, it has to be said, as he tries to find his PlayStation control. A bit of a gap, but there is a train of cars with R. Clark 83 in the number 42 Mercedes SLS in the middle of this log jam, it has to be said. It's the only way it can be described. And in front of him, or behind him rather, I should say, is I Was Ear. And then in front of him, as he looks on his screen, is Goodwolf, I believe. So that's 4 cars in a train, essentially. And all, I believe, now don't quote me on this, in the same class. So, as we see, also GTMX, the Mexican driver in the SC430, is now in the pit lane. He, of course, is racing with the Scuderia GTMX team. He's now in the pit lane, and out of it he comes again. So I'm assuming he must have had some damage, because, again, it's far too early. I think those tyres are far more durable, and the fuel tank, of course, will be not even close to empty. So, there we go. Anyway, now having a look at just having a look at the front of the field. Going to have a look at some lap times for you as well. Let's find out what everyone's best lap time is. Then, so Inferno Racing, their best lap time in the LMP2 specification Delta Wing car is a 1:37 dead. Then the next best lap time is D Griffin 28. Now D Griffin 28, I'm not entirely sure what he's driving for. So let's have a look on my screen. I'll tell you what we'll do, in fact, is we will do this in order of in the running order instead. Let's have a look at that, see if we can try to determine that out. So it's 1:37 flat from Inferno Racing, who currently lead the pack as well. 25 laps they have completed overall, which means they've probably completed about 23 race laps, I believe, which isn't too bad at all. 21 race laps that'll be they've completed. And then is the GTMX Lexus of GTMX Jelly RT. They have done a best lap of a 1:38.3, which is the 5th best lap time thus far. So their lap times haven't necessarily been the quickest, but at least they've been consistent, which, as we've seen at this stage of the race, it has been what's counted, I should say. And then the Nissan SSR. Now, who's driving the Nissan SSR? SSR, of course, being for the SSR Motorsports car. Who is driving that? That would be FLS Skater. He has posted 1:38.4. So that's your 3rd place man. And then I'll do the top 5 because we could be here for a while otherwise. And then we've got the Pescarolo, which is being driven by... Who's the Pescarolo being driven by? Bear with me just a moment. As his eyes try and desperately focus. I had an eye test earlier today, but you never know. Is it the Pescarolo or is it the Courage? Am I getting confused? Someone help.
All Pescarolos. They're all Pescarolo team cars.
They are, you're quite right. Quite right, no. I'm just trying to work out who's driving them. Bear with me just a moment.
I think it's only the Courage C60 is qualified from LMP2.
Right, okay. And it's
the Peugeot.
Peugeot Power one.
The Peugeot Courage. Yeah. Yes.
So that's obviously of ABC Racing. I should have worked that out.
Yes.
So that means that D Griffin 28, he is the other LMP2 car. He's in 2nd place lap time wise and has done a 1:37.4. So he is 4/10 slower than the Delta Wing. And then rounding out your top 5 is the Lexus of Team Wise Racing, currently being driven by... who's being driven by... Who's driving the Lexus? And that'll be sorry, bear with me just a minute. I'm still getting confused. It's been a long day. I do apologise. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll come back to it later because this is more confusing than the Miata race. Anyway, let's have a look at the accident. Apologies about that. So let's have a look at the racing thus far. And we've got a car in the pit lane, or as Murray Walker would say, there's a car in the pit lane! And it's the Bomb 330. And he is in the pit lane. And as he waits for his screen to load once more in the Nissan GTR, the YouTube livery car, good plug for us there, because that's what we're being broadcast on, of course. Now, he has just exited the pit lane, the number 44 TNR Nismo, and he is currently in 7th place, but first in class in the GT3 class. So 7th place overall, but first in class. So they are leading. Takes his rather pit stop, and then it comes out of the pit lane onto the track once more.
Yeah, you might notice that we're not using the pit exit that Gran Turismo would fire you out of. That's primarily because it spits you out into the middle of the braking zone for turn 1, and we're using the actual pit lane exit. So drivers will have to manually drive round turn 1 in the pit lane. It's just a little narrow bit to the left. So they're separated from the high-speed traffic by a large set of blue Armco crash barriers.
There we are. I've got to say, commitments to GTP Bambi, who's got in touch on the comments, said, Tom, your Murray Walker impression startled my dog. There we are. So that's made my day.
No, you mean, my Murray Walker impression startled his dog!
That was better. Oh dear, oh dear. Have you ever seen that? Speaking of Murray Walker, actually, have you ever seen that advert that he did with Damon Hill, the Pizza Hut advert? Have you seen that one?
I almost certainly have, but I think I will have blocked it out after
Oh.
the Gareth Southgate one.
It's brilliant. He sat down.
This time he's at the post.
It's hilarious. It's it really is. It's quite funny. He's sitting there with Damon Hill in this Pizza Hut restaurant. And he says, "And here we are then with Damon Hill. He's ordered the pasta. It's a pizza, Murray. He's spun his pizza around 180 degrees. It's fantastic. Little things make my day, as you can tell. Anyway, getting back to the
That's Kent for you.
yeah, quite well. I know there's another name for Kent, but you replace one letter and it turns an entirely new meaning. Anyway. It's not a nice area, really. Well, I say that the area I live in is not particularly nice. Mind you, saying that, I go to sixth form because I'm only 17, which I'm sure would surprise some people. But I go to sixth form, and I was in there the other day. The Kent School League tables were published, as I'm sure Famine at least will know, of course, because of his offspring. And my school is not the worst in the country, but the worst in Kent. So there you go.
See, that's really good going, because I used to, not only do I have offspring, I used to work with other peoples in a school in Kent.
There you are.
I used to live in Ashford.
Oh, right.
And yeah, if that school wasn't the worst one, it would surprise me.
Yeah, what was the school, sorry?
I'm not going to repeat it. Mind
okay.
you, they closed it down about 18 months after I left and reopened it with a completely different name. So
It wasn't the Ramsgate School, was it?
No.
Oh, no.
It was in Ashford.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough. And so the Ramsgate School is the one that was originally my school, and then they closed. They built a new building next to it, and then knocked the other one down, and it's still got the same reputation, and it's still just as bad. So.
Our school one day had a pitched battle in the football playing fields between the locals and the parents of the Nepalese immigrant children who were in the school, and the locals failed to take into account that the Nepalese immigrants might have been armed with kukris. Yeah.
Oh dear, I should imagine that went down like a house on fire.
Yeah, not at all.
Anyway, so Inferno Racing currently leading the pack out front, got a comfortable lead, and I think he's obviously lapped some of the field. Has he lapped pretty much the entirety of the field now, I believe? Getting on that way, at least. He's really made progress on lap 25 of his stint thus far for the Inferno Racing squad. Also carrying some damage as well. Hasn't pitted thus far as far as... Has he pitted? I don't think he has.
It looks like we've had a change in the lead for the GT3 class as well, with the YouTube liveried Nissan as past the Avalarion Audi.
Ah, yes.
Coming through the bus stop on the previous lap.
Ah, there we are. So, fantastic. Of course, there was a pit stop earlier on. So, that will be, Passam, of course, who was in the Avalarion Racing car. I just want to mention that EOL is in the pit lane, the Portuguese driver, who is now exiting the pit lane, actually, I have to say. And he is, of course, in the Lexus SC430 for Team Wise Racing, the Italian run outfit. Anyway, 178 people tuned in. If you have just tuned in, by the way, welcome along. Thank you for tuning in. It is the GTPlanet Endurance Series here, the 24 Hours of Daytona. As it says on your screen, we should be an hour in, but due to a technical fault, we are only 50 minutes into the race. The race was delayed by 10 minutes, like we say, due to a couple of errors. So therefore, the race start was delayed, therefore meaning that the timer on your screen is currently incorrect, although it will be rectified at some point in the near future. But it's lovely to have your company. My name's Tom Brooks. I'm here alongside Andrew, otherwise known as GTP Famine, commentating, as well as webmaster and legend living Jordan as well, who's also your director for this evening. He's operating your cameras. So there you go. And we're currently looking at GTP Passam, who is battling with the Bomb 330. And as Andrew mentioned earlier on, there was a change of lead in the GT3 class, although it's not currently mentioned on your screen. We will update that as and when we receive more information. Do want to mention, though, that EOL and I was here going past it. EOL going straight past I was here then, and yeah, the GT500 spec car easily gets past the GT3 car. So there we are.
Yeah, I don't think this is the last that we've seen of this this battle between the R8 and the GTR.
No, I should imagine not. No, hopefully not as well. Because I mean, the lower classes produce some spectacular racing. I mean, we've only got 3 LMP2 cars in the field. That does need to be taken into account. So the vast majority of which in the field are, of course, either GT500 or GT3 cars. More GT3 than GT500 currently competing. So it's going to be very interesting. We need to keep an eye on those classes and make sure that we get any developments as and when they occur. There we are.
The great battle between Pasm and
Yeah, it looks
Bomb.
like Passam's taking the lead on the banks.
Certainly has done. I'm just waiting for my screen to sort itself out once more.
Oh no, sorry, it was just before the bus stop. My mistake.
Yep. So coming through the infield section now, just through the horseshoe they went, and into the left-hander. Now this left-hander, it's very tight. Is it? Surely it's flat out in these cars. It's got to be.
This little king.
Yeah, the little.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah, easily flat. Easily flat. I thought so. This is, I remember going through there. It was a while back actually, in some kind of relatively. I think it was on different tyres, so that was different. It was on some kind of crummy tyres. I went through there in a relatively high horsepower car, and went flying off the road as we see the LMP2 Courage going through. Then this is the Courage, isn't it? So
It is.
yeah, so he's just putting a lap on the GT3 cars there. But Passam in Avalarion currently leading the GT3 class to the best of our knowledge as they come into the bus stop. Currently battling with the YouTube liveried Nissan GTR of TNR Nismo, the number 44 car. And they're very close again on the banked part of the section. De Bomb has got the inside line then as they come around the bank section. Passam, though, giving him room and going relatively, not relatively defensive actually, I have to say. He's sticking to his guns on the outside line, but it's got just a lot more straight line speed. De Bomb seemed to lose quite a lot in the middle part of that, straight, rather, I should say, if you can call it a straight. And through the left-hander they come. And out of it down towards the horseshoe again. But Passam still the GT3 leader. Great battle going on between the two. These two are very closely contested. Just want to have a look at the bus stop as well. There's 2 cars. Oh, there's a spinner there at the bus stop. But gets going again. So I didn't quite catch who that was, but there are 2 cars very, very close at the bus stop chicane. At the bus stop. We've just gone through the bus stop chicane. Let's have a look at that. That's it's TNR Philo and EOL. So they're not in the same class, not even competing in the same race. TNR Philo is competing in the same race, of course, but TNR Philo is trying to unlap himself. In case you haven't heard, that is the SSR Motorsports Nissan Delta Wing that had encountered some troubles earlier on in the race, got caught up in a load of incidents, and therefore kind of put them out of contention really before the race had begun. Had to take a penalty as well due to causing avoidable contact on the first lap, and such a shame for the American run outfit.
I think I'm right in saying that they have actually unlapped themselves against the Mazda Delta Wing once.
I think you might be quite right, yeah. So what are the differences then, just for those who aren't aware, between the Nissan Delta Wing and the AER spec Delta Wing?
The
Aside from the
silver one has a Mazda engine and the black one has a Nissan engine.
Ah, right. Any difference in power delivery or torque or anything? Any noticeable difference?
I can't remember the stats off the top of my head, but the real life cars, I think the Mazda has about 30 horsepower more. That was the one that was run in the ALMS season after the black Delta Wing was punted out of the Le Mans in 2012. And then, of course, they've stuck a coupe, a canopy on it to make it into a coupe.
Yeah.
Which is surprisingly ugly.
I should imagine so as well. Having a look at the impending GT3 battle. They're still ongoing. Passam leading the GT3 class ahead of De Bomb. Passam there going a little bit wide. And De Bomb very menacing. He's going to have a great run onto this banked part of the circuit. And surely that's going to give him... He has to go to the outside line. Perhaps went a bit early there, which will compromise his run. But he's got enough time to get back in the slipstream. And I'm relatively sure that Passam for Avalarion will go defensive. So we'll wait and see as the cars come heading towards the bus stop. But Passam's got incredible straight line speed. It has to be. I really thought De Bomb would get the run there in the slipstream, but he didn't. He just wasn't close enough. Whereas De Bomb has just got so much more mechanical grip. So it's a kind of 6 in one, half dozen of the other. Do you prefer to get a car that's got less drag and therefore less grip in the twisty bit, or would you prefer a car that can handle itself in the corners rather than on the straights? It's a very different variable factor, of course, because this circuit features a mixture of course, slow speed, high speed corners, flat out sections, as we see Passam locking his outside front there. And De Bomb is all over his gearbox once again, but just isn't going to be able to make a move. And I do think if he does make a move, that as soon as they get onto a straight bit, Passam will just be straight back up the inside. And
yeah, it's straight line speed that's important at Daytona, because as long as you can get within a couple of miles an hour of the cornering speeds, once you get into the straight bits, it's the power that you need.
Certainly is. And these GT3 cars, although they are technically the lowest class in air quotes, if you will, in the field, they are pretty quick. They're not slow machines. It has to be said. As we're getting very close. Sorry,
they were doing 144 laps, I think, in qualifying, and I think the fastest ones were only literally just about breaking under 137. So they're not hugely slower.
I mean, Passam's best lap thus far is actually a 144.9, so just inside that bracket. But not terribly slower than the Delta Wings of the LMP2 class and the Garages as well. So Garage rather. But very, very interesting battle that we're focusing on at the moment. Just trying to see if there's anything else that's worth a notable mention. I think there are two cars.
I think De Bomb has Passam. He just passed him coming out of the bus stop.
I think you are quite right. Yeah, gets him out of the bus stop. But there we go. Passam with his straight line speed advantage. Just gets straight back up the inside. Or the outside, rather, I should say. Does he manage to take the position? Yes, he does. Yeah, so he leads across the line again, does Passam. So his straight line speed advantage, doing 178 miles an hour for the first corner, really is paying dividends for them at the moment. Anyway, having a look as they come through the horseshoe now. Just going to have a quick look at the rest of the field as well. As we see R. Clark in the number 42 Mercedes, the Briton, he is in the pit lane as well. Is that a driver change, do we think? Or is it just to repair some damage? Mind you, his fuel is running low, actually, at this stage in the race, I should say. So he is, it is a routine pit stop. So change of tyres, repair the damage, and then straight back out again for the number 42, which is the Reaper Online Racing Mercedes. So straight out again.
With 60 minutes gone, I'm not entirely sure whether he's pitted yet or not, but with 60 minutes gone, he will have been approaching his stint limit. So
certainly will have done. So
it's worth noting that the Nissan Delta Wing is now no longer backing up the field. He's unlapped himself versus a couple of the GT3 cars now.
Yes, which is brilliant to see. The timing screens have been updated, as you say.
I'm very impressed by the consistency of that Mazda Delta Wing at the front there. I wasn't entirely surprised to see the Nissan Delta Wing going backwards hither and thither. Not because of who was driving it, but because the Delta Wing is quite difficult to drive. But for the Inferno team has managed to keep it on track and pointing the right way.
Certainly so. I'll tell you what, I am not half looking forward to getting a commentary headset. I've had to set everything up from I've got a studio based in my bedroom, which is how I'm commentating this, and I've had to take my microphone off of its normal mount, which it's taken me about half an hour to set things up basically, and move it onto a different stand. And I'm going to buy a commentary headset because I'm going to be doing this a lot more regularly, aside from this series as well. So I'm going to buy a commentary headset. I'll tell you what, that's going to make my setup a lot easier. I'm looking forward to that.
Looks like Passam and De Bomb are going to have to break off their battle briefly, as the Mazda Delta Wing is coming up to lap them with lights flashing. Looks like
he's having a bit of trouble getting by.
Yeah. It should be easily done on the banking, I suggest. Yep, and he's right past both of them at the
There you go.
same bend.
So brilliant. Anyway, what's his next target? Or who is his next target, I should say, rather? That'll be GTMX. So he's coming up to lap. Is that the entirety of the field he's lapped already? Must be. Yeah. So he's coming up to lap the entirety of the field. And that's the GT500 class, number 24 of a GTMX for the Mexican outfit.
Someone's asked if GT6 has updated the Daytona road course layout. No, it still uses the old bus stop. I think the new version is a little bit shorter than GT6's, which is a pity because I like that corner quite a great deal in the MX5 race. We've got a couple of questions about engine sounds on the stream. We're not entirely sure what the issue is.
Yeah, I can comment on that. Well, I'm not entirely sure what the issue is myself, but due to the way we've set up this stream here to use the graphics and stuff, I'm not able to fix it now. Actually, Passam, who is in the Audi that we've been watching so much, he's behind the wheel of that car right now, and the stream is being filtered through his computer, which is handling the graphics and stuff. And somewhere in there, he's ticked the wrong box, and it's preventing the sound from coming through to you guys. So as soon as he gets out of the car, we should have that resolved. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. So I'm afraid you're stuck with our lovely voices.
And the good news is that's a maximum of 3 hours away. So
Yes.
Oh, the Courage has reached the back of the GT3 battle and zinged past in the same corner that the Delta Wing managed it.
Also to mention in the GT3 class as well is FRS Skater, who is in the GT500, in the GT500 SSR Motorsports. Nissan will be coming up to lap them as well. Hopefully he'll manage to negate his way around without incident. So we'll have to wait and see on that front. But still an epic battle between the two. They really aren't letting each other go, are they? I think it's going to take a pit stop or a mistake, which from these two, judging by their consistency thus far, is very rare. Speaking of mistakes, we've seen a yellow flag in Sector 1 that's now gone green.
Yeah, that looks like a slow-moving car on Turn 1. He's just exiting Turn 2 now.
There we are. Sorry, I'm going to resume to eating my chocolate. That's why I was quiet for a minute. So I'm having a power break. I'll be back in a moment.
So, I mean, the field is quite well spread out at the moment. It's just Passam and De Bomb won't let each other go for more than a fraction of a second. So it's the closest and longest lasting battle.
They're giving us a good battle because, as you mentioned, the field is so spread out. This is definitely the most entertaining thing on the track at the moment.
So we're looking forward to see what Kazunori can do with the PlayStation 4.
Certainly, that's going to
30 odd cars on track at once will be nice and busy.
I should just mention that the AER Delta Wing has now pitted.
I'm sitting here thinking of the production challenges of dealing with 30 cars on track. Of course, we should probably be careful. We may have started a new rumor.
Oh, that never happens on GTPlanet.
No, never, never.
Do you remember a few years ago, someone posted a thread? I think it was in the GT4 forums, which was like a 10,000 car wish list, and yes, it got circulated to a couple of other websites, and then it ended up on a Brazilian Gran Turismo website where it was posted in Portuguese. And then it made its way back to GTPlanet as this is the confirmed car list for GT4. Yeah. No, it isn't.
Oh, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it's
I was going to say, just Passam getting a bit all out of sorts. He's really pushing very hard. De Bomb closer than ever, I have to say, through the end of that bus stop chicane. But again, Passam just got that straight line speed and the advantage. As we see, that's EOL going past in the other SC430 in the GT500 class. So the GT500 gets past the two GT3 cars, excuse me. If you've got any questions this evening that you want us to answer, by the way, feel free to get in touch. We are on YouTube, of course, as you're probably watching us now. So you can, of course, give us a comment on there, ask us something on the chat. You can also give us a tweet. I'm at Tom Brooks F1. Also, you can find GT Planet, which is at GT Planet News. Andrew, otherwise known as Famine on the forums, is at GTP_Famine. And Jordan as well, our very own Jordan, is at Jordan MG. So there we are. I think I covered all grounds on that front, at least.
I believe so.
Well, this battle between Passam and De Bomb is not going anywhere.
No, it certainly isn't.
Still glued to each other.
Unfortunately, there's not that much else happening out on track. So,
yes. Oh, just got him onto the banking there.
Very, very close.
The straight line speed of that Audi's going to pay off again, though.
Yeah, it is. It was very strong at Spa-Francorchamps back in October, I believe it was, way back then. And, Passam is on the grass through the bus stop. But De Bomb just doesn't have the opportunity to get past. They're going to be, honestly, kicking themselves at the Nissan team. That, of
Worth
course,
noting, Passam is running a little bit lower on fuel than De Bomb, so...
Yeah, how's tyre wear between the two as well? Just out of interest.
Looks like Passam has also pushed his tires a little bit more. He's at 7 on the fronts and 9 and 8 on the rear.
As that's TNR Philo coming up to take them as well, to put a lap on them, I might believe it is now. Is it put a lap on them? No, it might be for...
it might well be for position.
It is for position. You are quite right, yeah. So, two GT3s and an LMP2 class car as well. As Passam goes wide at the horseshoe hairpin, but in comes the other factor of TNR Philo in the SSR Motorsports car, flashing his lights. But technically, the GT3 class cars don't actually have to give way if they don't want to. So, they can defend their position up to the hills as long as it's reasonable, of course. But would you want to? I mean, the two GT3 spec cars, the Audi and the Nissan, are so engrossed in a battle that it may well just be a bit more beneficial to let the inevitable happen, let the LMP2 class Delta Wing get past, and therefore they can continue with their own battle and not lose too much time.
The Inferno Racing Mazda Delta Wing has just joined the battle and lapped the Nissan.
There we go.
So now we have two GT3s and two Delta Wings.
Oh, you see, you don't get that at Le Mans, do you? So, well, you probably do actually, to be honest, but not anymore because the Delta Wing's not in it. But always a very bold move from the Inferno racing car up the inside between the two GT3s, and negates his way easily past Passam as well. He will do as they're onto the banking. And yep, sure enough, straight past him. But that's going to allow Passam a bit of breathing space because he'll be able to use the slipstream from the Inferno. But there, likewise, will de bomb from Philo as well. Sorry, from Inferno rather, for Passam, and from Philo for de bomb. So, also worth noting that Passam now running a bit lower on fuel as well. He's really using a lot more of his fuel. He's really caning that inside front tyre as well. Again, if you'll pardon the lack of a better term.
You really have to. I dislike the Audi intensely to drive. The engine note is so drony.
Sorry, just to interrupt, you just mentioned that Fino has gotten past de Bomb and now takes the Avalarion racing car of Passam, or does he? I mean, around the outside into the left-handed kink will be a brave move, and he pulls it off. Brilliant. Fantastic overtake there from the LMP2 car. Goes a bit deep into the hairpin, but keeps it all together. Sorry to interrupt you there, Andrew. You were saying?
I've forgotten now.
Sorry.
No, not at all.
Ruined your train of thought. But
it's not so much a train, more sort of a hand cart.
It's something like that. Apologies about that. I got Avalarion's colours, the yellow and blue.
Yes, that was it. I dislike the Audi R8 to drive because the engine note kind of just drones on a bit, so kind of spanking it is really the only way to drive it. The only way to get any kind of fun out of it.
Yeah, quite. Oh, I'd have to say, and the battle between GT3 resumes. It's like as if it never stops. Honestly, they are going absolutely hammering. I'm fairly sure that the networked TNR Nismo team, who are behind Passam at the moment, he's probably going to be on to his teammate, whoever it is that takes over from him, in order to be able to tell him to take a bit more aero off. So you'd imagine that would be the case. Because, of course, the beauty of a network car is that you can technically change the setup. So, as de Bomb, again, close into the braking zone. As we see TNR Philo in the pit lane then, in the Nissan Delta Wing. So all of his hard work becomes undone. And as you mentioned, Jordan, Passam has got higher tyre wear and higher fuel wear than... a lot higher fuel wear rate than the Nissan. And I do believe within a few laps that Passam's going to have to pit. And that will be because his tyres are in better condition when de Bomb can, in theory, capitalise on that.
Yeah, I think Passam is just about at the end of his fuel load. I don't know if he'll get maybe 2 more laps out of that. I don't know. Looks like de Bomb will have a chance to put in a few quick laps if his tyres are holding out. He'll have a chance to get a few quick laps in while Avalarion goes into the pits.
Yeah, pit stop shuffle will begin.
I'm sure he'll push that car as far as it can go. Hopefully, he knows exactly how much distance he can get out of that fuel gauge. But as you can see there on the stream, it's really running on fumes at the moment.
Certainly is. I think if he can eke another lap out of it, that'd be good. But I don't know whether he's going to call it quits. Personally, if I were him, I would. But then again, I'm not exactly a brave man, so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he goes into the pits, but doesn't really look like he's...
No, I mean, there's no one else near them on track either, so... Now he does go into the pit lane, into pit road, so there we are. So, Avalarion Racing goes into the pit lane, and that allows de Bomb of TNR Motorsports, the TNR Nismo team, to take the lead of the GT3 class on what this is, lap 38 of the race, I believe we're on now, for the GT3 car, as at least. Of course, the other drivers ahead of him are, of course, on different laps, or the vast majority of. So there we go. He goes into the pit lane, and de Bomb carries on. Now, this is the time, I believe, when de Bomb is really going to have to push hard. He's going to have to go for a stonking few laps in the hope that his car, he will be able to sort of essentially leapfrog Passam whilst Passam is in the pit lane. Because, of course, a pit stop is quite a lengthy time in these GT3 cars, but it all depends, of course, on how much fuel you put in as well. and Passam has just filled over to about 3/4 of a tank there and thereabouts. So, Tom, of course, on a lower fuel load, currently leading the GT3 class, is going to have to push like crazy in order to be able to to get ahead rather of Passam once he makes his pit stop. But has he got the pace left in him and the car? That'll be the interesting factor.
And we're at that weird stage of any endurance race where a significant proportion of the cars are kind of starting to bunch up together in the same bit of track now.
Yeah, quite.
A whole fleet of them between turns 1 and 6 now. 9 of the 12, I think.
Yeah, not bad going. I'm currently looking at the bomb who's chasing down I Was Ear. Now, is that for position? Let's have a look. That's the Nissan. No, I don't believe it is for position. I believe that
No, that's the 12th place car. That's my team.
Yeah, the Green Hill Heathens, of course,
Yep.
It is. Yeah. So, yeah, he's being lapped, I believe. Is that BT being? Yeah, it must be, given the last given the last position update, rather. So.
Omnis asks if we're doing 24 hours of this commentary. I know I never sleep, but I think that might be pushing it.
Yeah, I think 24 hours is going to be a bit rough. I actually have the commentary schedule here because I came prepared. Well, there and thereabouts. If you'd like to hear the commentary schedule, maybe.
I'm sure the viewers would.
Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll go for the commentary schedule. Okay, so I'm here until 10:30 tonight. Now I'm here obviously along with. Are you here till 10:30, Andrew? Or are you gonna pop off?
I may well be. I have no idea.
Okay, well you're actually on till 11:30, so I hope so. So I'm here till 10:30, and then taking over me will be Andrew, who will be joined by Jordan for half of his stint until 11:30. And then Bart, otherwise known as GTP Passam, of course, who's racing for Avalarion, will do a stint between 11:30 and midnight. This is all GMT, I should state, in this timing. So 11:30 and midnight is when Bart will have a short spell at commentary. Then we'll see Famine back again, and he will be here between midnight and 1 a.m. for heading into Sunday. And then there won't be another commentator, I'm afraid to say, until 9 o'clock the following morning, when Bart will do again an hour between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. And then again, there won't be a commentator until Jordan will conclude the race. Sorry, there won't be another commentator, I believe, after that. There's no mention of any commentator, according to my schedule, there at all, I'm afraid to say. And different storage for the cameras, of course, and also, of course, we'll still have a race director throughout. So, yeah, we'll wait and see.
We've got a monstrous train of cars going to turn 6 now.
Yeah, we have. You're quite right.
I think there's 5 there. I think the HSV010 has just had a bit of a spin in turn 3. He's done a nice 360 and recovered himself.
Right, so
they are bunching up something rotten now.
they certainly are. As FRS Skater is in the pit lane then. Just mentioned that. So that's the Nissan GTR in the pits. Takes on some new boots and some more fuel as well. And he'll be on his way. The number... that's the number 7 on the car. Number 23 on the car, rather, I should say.
Just had another off for that Honda driven by Goodwolf.
Uh-huh.
He's having a bit of a time of it.
Certainly is, yeah. But like you say, quite a train of cars.
Yeah.
NASCAR Dude 1400s has asked to commentate. I've heard his commentary. He's quite good, actually. That's not something that we can decide, though, annoyingly. I don't know. We could get to AJ on that one, couldn't we? Send him a tweet. Send him a tweet, NASCAR. If you want to do some commentary, I'm sure you'd be able to. Feel free. Get in touch. Send AJ a tweet at GTPAJ if you're on Twitter. Get in touch with him. If not, send him a message on GTPlanet. He's going to be on it for the next 24 hours at least, isn't he? So get in touch with him via that way.
It may just be due to pit stops, but we've had a change at the top of the tree as well, with the C60 Peugeot Courage jumping up into second, just behind the Mazda Delta Wing.
Yeah, right you are. And let's have a look at that battle. And here's the Delta Wing getting past R. Clark 83. And Lionface as well is well on the way. He comes around the outside of Lionface in the GT3 specification Mercedes and gets past with relative ease. Anyway, if you just tuned in, by the way, which I believe there are 160 odd people now, something like that. So it's lovely to have you company. It's the GTPlanet 24 Hours of Daytona. You're watching here live on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Tom Brooks. Joined alongside me is Andrew, otherwise known as GTP Famine on the forums, and also joined by webmaster and founder of GTPlanet, Jordan, as well. So it's been a fascinating race thus far. I think we have to wholeheartedly agree. We're into that sort of quiet spell at the moment in the race where it's just a case of being consistent. We're into sort of pit window as well. Drivers have are thinking about pitting or have pitted, which can change that trajectory of the race. So it's only quiet for a brief moment, as is the case with endurance racing.
We do have DeBomb into the pits with the team TNR Nismo, so it'll be interesting to see where Pasm is on track with Avalarian. They certainly they've had one of the most dramatic battles of the day.
They certainly have. I was here as well, who's a lap down on the GT3 runners, is in the pit lane as well. As I'm going to look to DeBomb then, and we'll find out where in respect he's going to come out to Pasm. Pasm is just coming out down the main straight and coming out of the pit exit. DeBomb has exited the pit lane and he's back onto the track just before turn 3. So DeBomb has managed to jump GTP Pasm. Fantastic. Brilliant. And there we see just going through. And GTP Pasm, there we are. There's a car between the two, and that is EOL in the GT500 specification SC430. So there we are. Is that the new leader for the GT3 class? I believe it might be. I believe it is, actually, in fact.
I believe so.
Yeah. So there we are. New leader of the GT3 class, or continued leader of the GT3 class, is DeBomb 330. Put in some fantastic laps whilst GTP Pasm pitted and managed to leapfrog the Avalarion Racing Audi. Great result.
Riding along with R. Clark here and Lionface, both in the SLS GT3, SLS AMG GT3 cars. Looks like they're pretty close. Of course, these cars, same thing, so their performance should be about equal through all sections of the track. And they're running.
You guys will be seeing a lot of each other over the next 24.
Oh, was it? Seems to be.
Oh, someone's getting out of shape onto the banking. Is that?
Yes, Lionface is off. I'm not sure if that was some lag or I think it was a legitimate incident.
He's on the infield now.
That's a heavy crash.
That is a heavy crash. You are quite right.
That was the
Very
Lexus.
He's suffering.
GTMX Lexus coming past. I think it either lagged or scared the hell out of him.
Through the bus stop again. Surely he's going to have to pit. You can't drive around that sort of damage.
He seems to be struggling.
I was just in the incident on track below me. There we go. It does look like it was a bit of a lag crash. Anyway, as the leaderboard is now being updated, so you can see on your screen that the AER Inferno Delta Wing is leading the pack ahead of the Peugeot Courage. That is in second place, the LMP2 specification car. Then comes the GT500 of the Lexus SC430 for the TWR team, which stands for Teamwise Racing, of course. And then is the other Lexus SC430, the GTMX Mexican squad in fourth place. Then is the SSR Nissan, which is in fifth position. The Honda Scar Racing is in sixth place, as we see Lionface crawling out of pit road now. And Yeah, there we go. So that's, you can see the order on your screen, but I think we might have been much mistaken because the Audi Avalarion of Avalarion Racing rather is showing us still being in the lead of the GT3 class. So we may have been mistaken on that front. So there we go. Apologies, by the way, for those who are listening. Someone asked me why I referred to the to where the driver stops as a pit box. I mean, that's just what I've known it as in British terminology. That's just what we generally what it's called over here, really.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's why I called it a pit box. It's not a literal box. It's drawn on with lines and stuff. So there you go. Anyway, sorry, Cole's playing up again. I'll be back in just a mo.
Yeah, some of you guys will have noticed in the chat box in the left-hand side, Lionface posted up LHM. That's short for limp home mode. This is part of the sporting regulations for the series, where if a driver has sustained heavy damage and they are going back to the pits using the start button, which AI takes over driving the car for you, they posted up LHM for limp home mode to alert other drivers on the circuits that there was a slow-moving vehicle. And yes, there's a question from GTP Dean about what blue means, and yes, that's exactly what it means. It means there's a faster car approaching from behind, and to be aware of the overtake. It's not like Formula One, where the blue flag means you have to get out of the way of the approaching faster driver, but just to be aware that there is a faster driver coming. Where can you find the specifications for the cars? Has also been asked in the chat box. It's on the GTPlanet forums. There is an Endurance Series specific forum, and there are some downloads, some PDF downloads available in there. The technical regulations will include the power, weight, and the status of any driving aids that are permitted for each of the vehicles in all of the classes. That includes the support cars like the MX-5s that we were driving earlier today. And some of the other support races, which I think include a V8 Vigilante race for the next event. Okay, for those of you who are wondering how the positions are playing out, we do have an update that we do every hour. So we can give you a status update after the first hour of the race.
Looks like somebody just had a spin. TNR5 load had another major spin out of the bus stop. Sorry to interrupt you there. Just noticed.
Is that, yes, he's static just after the bus stop, just shy of Sector 4. Seems to happen an awful lot with the Delta Wings. They're very, very tricksy to drive. As soon as you drop a wheel, that's it. But yes, the status after the first hour, it's the Mazda Delta Wing of Inferno Racing, leading with 40 laps completed. The Scuderia GTMX Lexus SC430 was in second at that point in time. It's 55, well, nearly 56 seconds down. The Courage C60 Peugeot of ABC Racing was in third, a minute and 8 further back. Sorry, 12 seconds further back, with a minute and 8 away from the leaders. 11 seconds behind them was the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR GT500. They were 5 seconds ahead of Team Wise Racing's Lexus SE430. That was a lap ahead of the Scar Racing Honda HSV, with Avalarion's GT3 Audi a further lap behind, less than 2/10 ahead of TNR Nismo's Nissan GT3. At that point, the Nissan Delta Wing hadn't quite managed to recover its position ahead of the GT3s, and that was around about half a second behind the Nismo at the hour mark. That was then followed up by the two SLSs, who were a lap further down, but only separated by around 6 seconds. And Green Hell Heathens, my team, were taking up the back of the field further 36 seconds back on that. However, since then, there's been a crash or two, and the Courage is now running up in second, and the Nissan Delta Wing has managed to grab ahead of the GT3 cars to bring itself back into the fight. But he's a couple of laps down on the leader, so he's got some work to do.
Looks like Pasm and DeBomb are setting up. Pasm has slowly reeled in the GTR of TNR Nismo Racing, and looks like they may be destined for yet another lengthy wheel-to-wheel battle.
As I've rather unceremoniously been disconnected from the server as well.
Ah, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll commentate blind.
That's from your pants internet.
Yeah, exactly. It is terrible, honestly. I can't mention the provider, but it's a certain thing that you look up at every day. It's awful. So it's dreadful.
Yes, don't forget you can join the commentator stream at that link I sent you earlier.
Of course I can, yes. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea depending on how badly things go. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll have a look at something and then check how bad the delay is. We'll wait and see.
Zidang2 in the chat box says we should drink whenever the Delta Wing has an accident. I'm not entirely sure I've got enough alcohol in the house, and I don't want to die of alcohol poisoning before Sunday.
Yeah, you've got a stint to do yet, haven't you?
No, I'm all right. I'm driving in GT Cup this year, so I'm not until next race.
You lucky thing.
Yeah, I was going to say actually there's a certain small American hand egg game going on this afternoon. Or was it tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I might have to save some of my alcohol up for that.
And
of course, at the halftime show, they'll be unveiling the Nissan GTR LMP1 car for next season, which some GTPlanet members will be driving. Probably.
Yeah, I'm very eager to watch out for that Nissan commercial during the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. I still can't get over the American way of saying Nissan, I'm sorry. And I know I spent 2 years learning Japanese, and I know that you're right, and I can't do it.
Well, that's good to know. I actually didn't know that was... I know that you guys pronounce it Nissan.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that I didn't know either one was actually technically correct.
Yeah, the American one is much, much closer to how it should actually be pronounced. And Nissan themselves, when they run their race cars, put 23 on it, because it's 2, which is Ni, and 3, which is San. You're just that much righter than we are, but I still can't do it.
I was going to say, because that's obviously Japanese numbers are... yeah, I mean, the first 2 is Ichi Ni, which always makes me laugh. So, there you go. Sorry, that's just a bit of a random thing I try and play off of it, but not very well.
When I was learning Japanese, we had to learn the numbers up to 1 billion, because the exchange rate for the yen to the pound means that actually it's quite useful to know those numbers.
Go on, yay! Let me connect again. Well, hey, I can get back and commentating and talking about a load of old tosh. Beautiful. Not the rating, obviously. I just talk about a load of old nonsense, because that's just what I talk about, because I'm a radio presenter and that's what we do.
Johnny Penso says he thinks it's pronounced Datsun. There will be again this year. Yeah, up until the middle of the 80s, it was called Datsun over here as well. But they're supposed to be resurrecting the brand for a small city car.
So do we know the Nissan LM... the LMP1 car, do we know the drivetrain of it yet? Obviously front engine.
Nobody really knows anything at the moment, but the best information that we have says it has a front-mounted V8 driving the front wheels, which are they're slightly taller, they're significantly wider, and they have a wider track. And then there's also electric motors driving the rear wheels. So it is front engine, but it's also rear engined, for a combined total that people are just plucking numbers out of the air. But around about 1200 horsepower seems to be the best guesses at the moment. It does seem to have quite a long nose, and it does seem to be a little bit ugly, but if it looks stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
No, quite. Always, TNR Philo gets all out of shape through the second horseshoe.
Does that mean we'll have to take a drink again?
Yeah, God dear. Honestly. What's that song by Sham69 called We're Going Down the Pub? I've just seen that. Anyway, so the closest battle on track is, oh, you'll never believe it, to Bomb and Passam. Unbelievable. But this time it's the other way around. Honestly, these two are inseparable. They get bored of looking at each other, wishing they'd gone for a different livery. Wishing you could change livery in pit lane is what they want it to be doing. Anyone excited for Hand Egg tomorrow? That's made me laugh.
We could get Husk's livery editor in.
We'll play off that one. Anyway.
I'm still thinking about Hand Egg. Is that what you guys call it? Because
yeah,
you've already got football taken over there.
Yep.
So
yep. We have football. Yep. Yours is Hand Egg. Because it's played with a hand and it looks like an egg.
Yeah. Very true.
So the thing I've been wondering for the last couple of weeks is the balls are now all molded plastic. So would it matter if the laces were out? Would that entirely change the plot of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective? As a niche joke for everyone there.
Yeah, no, I've never seen Ace Ventura, so I can't even relate to that one.
Oh, I can't possibly tell you because that's just spoiler alert.
It's not like Fight Club, is it? You can't talk about it.
What's Fight Club? I've never heard of it.
Exactly. Oh dear. I know. What was I going to? I was going to say something. I've lost my train of thought now.
Looks like there's a very slow Good Wolf.
There is, yes.
Experiencing a lot of trouble.
He's running very slowly from the bus stop right through the banking at the moment.
Yeah, he hasn't actually crossed the line in quite a while as well, judging by my screen.
There is a yellow flag up
for
sectors that he's driving
collected
through.
there by FRS. Skater. Blimey, he was very lucky. Just going to click on board with him then.
Yeah, that was close.
Yeah, managed just to crawl into the pit lane, does the Honda HSV.
I haven't seen a limp home mode message from him, which is either naughty or I'm blind.
No, I can't say I've seen one either.
He does have all four corners lit up like a Christmas tree, so...
Certainly does. I mean, that Nissan AER is really giving it some go as well. Just having a look at the Pescarolo Courage thingamajig of D. Griffin, currently in second place. FRS Skater is not too far behind him, has to be said. The GT500 cars there, the that's EOL rather, I should say, in the SC430 Lexus, and the FRS Skater in the Nissan. Relatively close together, both similar tyre wear, although EOL pitted later on and he has got more fuel, so that could pay dividends. And having a look at GTMX, who is just coming through the second horseshoe. TNR Philo in the Delta Wing, of course, just going through the bus stop. And having a look at it on my screen, everyone seems to be having connection problems, though it's probably my connection problems that are causing it. GTP Passam, of course, as we've seen, he's in a battle with the bomb. That seems to be the story of the race.
Yeah, that one's going to be going on for some time.
Yeah, I think it might. Mind you, Passam's actually gotten ahead now of De Bomb on circuit. So,
I missed where that occurred.
Yeah, I know. So did I. I've just realised it now. So
I think it occurred somewhere around the bus stop, maybe right before then. I wasn't following them when it happened, but I believe that's where it took place.
Great racing so far, though, I have to say. Anyway, we're just coming up then to... Well, we're about 20 minutes away from being 2 hours in.
Yeah.
So...
those of you watching the stream will note that the ticker is now updated for the results at the end of the first hour.
However, the timing screen is not. We're waiting for Passam to be finished with his stint. So the timing you've got on your screen, the timer, rather, I should say, as we've got a yellow flag in Sector 1.
Yeah, there's a stationary car in Turn 1.
And who's that then? I'm going to keep an eye on the battle between the GT3 cars. Green flag now again.
He's got himself moving, but looked like he's ploughed into the outside of the corner there. I don't know who it is because unfortunately I'm not in the lobby. There's not enough room for me at the moment.
Oh, shocking state of affairs.
I know.
Yeah, the Nissan still locked into the back of Passam though. But for Avalarion Racing, the two are absolutely side by side. Well, not side by side. Well, close together on circuit, not quite side by side, but yeah, they really have been a feature of this race so far. It's been the closest battle that we've seen. Tell you what, I'm not half tempted to order a pizza, actually. I'm really hungry. That seems to be my Endurance Series dinner. Whenever I commentate, I always order a pizza. It's like a ceremony. As, so this lag on my screen is doing my head in. I keep thinking drivers are going off, and I'm getting really ready to be quite excited about it, and then I'm not. So, because I can't be.
One of the comments on the YouTube channel says that the HSV did indeed say limp home mode, so it was just us being blind.
There we are. Yeah, blind commentators curse and all that as well. As there's a car in the pit lane. Who's that? That will be D. Griffin in the Pescarolo then. For the it's in the Courage, well, not the Pescarolo, I should say. The ABC racing car now coming out of pit road.
I have to say, if anybody reckons that the balance of power of the Nissan and the Audi are wrong, watch this race.
Yes, quite right. I don't think it's a balance of. I don't know whether it's just. Well, it might actually be that, because I thought it was just aerodynamically related, or the fact that he was just suffering from. He's put too much downforce on his car and was therefore suffering from a lack of top speed. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably am. Most of the time I am. Anyway.
And they're wedged into each other again through the bus stop.
They are. Just out of interest, if there's anybody who wants to ask us a question this evening, whether it's on the YouTube stream, whether it's on Twitter, something of the like, feel free to get in touch. Of course, you can send us a message on the chat on the right-hand side of your screen on the YouTube channel. You can also send us a tweet as well. You can tweet GTPlanet at GTPlanet News, of course. You can also tweet Famine, GTP_Famine. Also, AJ, our series director as well, if there's anything you want to ask him. You can't hear his voice, but he is still there, at GTP_AJ. Or if you want to ask myself something as well, at Tom Brooks F1, if you fancy getting in touch this afternoon, this evening, or this morning, wherever you're listening or watching. It's Radio Planet is what it is.
It's hashtag Radio Planet.
Hashtag Radio Planet. Yeah, and also let us know where you're listening as well. Love to hear about the diverse audience on GT Planet. I'd love to hear about just how far we the site does stretch.
Mitch Pearpark says, "I'm positive I live near Famine." Uh-oh.
It seems all of you in England live near one another to me.
I mean, in comparison to America, technically we do, But I mean, I'm still a good. Whereabouts are you based, Andrew?
I am, and I can say that with some conviction, 4.75 hours north of you.
How do you know? Oh, because you used to live near
I
Ashford.
used to live in, yeah.
Yeah. So 4.75 hours. That's quite a drive. I drove to Birmingham the other week for Auto Sport. That was a drive. It took me 5 hours to get there because I got stuck on the motorway for an hour because of some animals on the carriageway. How inconvenient was that?
I drove to Heathrow and back last Monday to go on a Peugeot launch in Portugal.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we landed at Heathrow at 9:25 at night. And it was the day when the snow arrived, and I got home at 4:45 in the morning,
Oh, blimey. Wow.
which is a good drive.
A good drive.
Yeah, I
Something
managed
like
to. I had a Mazda 3 on loan, and I managed to average 88 miles per gallon.
Someone's complimented saying they love my voice. Ooh, dear. Ooh,
Well, you do have a
no.
voice for radio. I've
I
got a
don't-
face for radio, but you've
I've got a face for radio as well. That's why I'm not on the telly. Honestly. Terrible. It's no. Hello. I just want to commentate on De Bomb, who's really quite far up the inside now of Passam. As in Photo Racing goes straight through the middle of the two.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Quite the spectacle. Do I have a voice for radio? I never thought about it like that. I mean, yeah, I'm on the radio, but yeah, I don't like the sound of my own voice, despite having to listen to it for 4 hours every.
You do sound like a good radio commentator. It's
Oh, you're very good. As long as I don't sound like Jonathan Ledyard, who, if you watch BBC F1 or watched BBC F1, you'll know who that is. Because I've done Ledyard commentary as TNR Philo in the other Delta Wing comes up to lap the GT3 cars once more. Yes, if you've ever watched Jonathan Ledyard's commentary, I can safely say that whenever he was commentating, there were problems. There's actually a great montage of because his problems was his favourite word. There's actually a great montage on YouTube of him saying problems in commentary, and it's blooming hilarious, I have to say. If you ever get the chance to watch it, but thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, I'll enjoy what I do. I've always wanted to do a bit of commentary actually, and now having the opportunity thanks to GTPlanet and the Endurance Series, I've now got the opportunity to do so. So we'll wait and see what comes of it. It'll be absolutely fantastic to be able to be a commentator. It's not a very well-paid industry, as far as I know, after talking to a few people. But yeah, I'm in contact with a few people. I was chatting to Sky F1 commentator David Croft the other day, actually, as well. That was good fun. So
Yeah, you never know who is watching out there.
yeah,
So-
quite right. Exactly. It could be anyone, couldn't it? It really
Could
could
be
We should-
anyone.
Could be Murray Walker for all we know. He could be tuned in. So he probably wouldn't like our impressions very much. So we should do them some more. Oh dear, we'll just commentate on something entirely undramatic or not happening that's in a really overdramatic tone. So something
Yeah.
along those lines.
well, we have TNR Philo is making his way back up through the GT3 field. He's still last of the LMP2 and GT500 runners.
Oh,
So
has
is,
a big off going into turn one.
Yeah, right. You are as well. Yellow flag in the first sector, as you mentioned. Passam getting going. Damage over his car, the entirety of it, by the looks of it as well. As we see GTMX in the SC430 in the pit lane. Is that going to be their first driver change of the race? I'm not sure. Well, he's putting fuel in his car. Number 24 Lexus. And he's sat in pit lane. No, he comes out again, I believe. No, he doesn't. So, there we are. That's GTMX. There we are. So the Mexican team are the first team to blink, and they go for their driver change. Does the number 24 Escuderia Lexus team. So there we are. That's the first driver change of the race. Bit of history being made. But having a look at the gap between Passam and De Bomb, not actually as far as you might think either. It's not too bad. I mean, De Bomb coming under pressure and is about to be lapped by the Honda HSV. So that's the replacement driver, GTMX JMML 94, has now joined the room and will take over the Scuderia Lexus. Be interesting to see if they've made any setup changes during their driver change as well. As we see, that's Good Wolf going into the pit lane, coming down pit road. And there we are. He's now in the pit lane, so great job from them. Is that going to be another driver change? Because they've already made a pit stop, and they're running relatively high on fuel, so you would assume that the number 21 Honda HSV of Scar Racing is going to be going for a driver change. And we see Lionface also in the pit lane as well. He comes down pit road, so it's driver change central, it would appear. So there we are. We see the Scar Honda going for a driver change, waiting for their replacement or his replacement to join the circuit as he leaves the lobby. And the number 43 car is also in the pit lane of Lionface. Number 43, the Mercedes SLS AMG of Bitter Rivals Racing. And once again, another driver change as GTMX, the replacement to Scuderia for the previous driver, Jelly RT. He now comes out of pit road and joins onto the circuit. So there we are, a driver change from them. The Flash 05 joins the lobby, and he will no doubt be taking over one of the two cars that just pitted. And I'm having a look on my screen, and that will be then the Bitter Rivals Racing and Mercedes SLS AMG that the Flash will take over. And Giorgio S7 there, is that S7 or 57? Will 5-7, you are quite right, will take over the vacant car as well. So there we go. Right.
Oh dear, Johnny Penso is saying that all the Brits sound kind of like Jeremy Clarkson.
Do we? Oh dear. That means I've got to say something offensive about someone in a minute.
We're the best commentators in the world.
As R. Clark also out of the pit lane now, so no driver change for the Reaper Online Racing team, number 42. So they carry on regardless, to use the term of a Beautiful South lyric. And GTP Passam, they're caught up in between. So, a bit of a sandwich between some GT3 cars, who have currently proved to be the most competitive class on track thus far. Yeah, I've just got to say, there are some problems with the stream, by the way. I don't know whether John's picking up on this. It is shorting out a bit, and we're getting a bit of picture breakup. So,
yeah, everything seems to be running okay on my end, but yeah, I see that as well. Not sure what is happening. I believe this may be on Pasm's end from our main broadcast location. I believe there must be some latency there.
Yeah, as the Italian Giorgio 57 then comes out of the pit lane, number 21 in 12th position. Obviously, as he's not set a quick lap, that's position irrelevant on my screen, but he then rejoins the race and takes over the vacant Scar Honda that was previously being driven by Good Wolf, of course. So there we go. Sorry, he's looking at my crib sheet. Anyway, it's a very interesting race so far. Been very tactical. If, by the way, you are suffering from picture breakup, don't worry. We'll become radio commentators for a little while, and we'll hopefully keep you a bit interested and entertained as well. But thank you for tuning in. If you have just joined us, by the way, it's the 24 Hours of Daytona, the GTPlanet Endurance Series, and we have been going for pretty much coming up to 2 hours now as well. And it's been fascinating to commentate on this race thus far. So we're looking forward to the remainder of it as well. There's some great battles going on between the GT3 cars, especially. But Inferno Racing's Delta Wing is miles out in front, it has to be said. The second Delta Wing, which we were expecting to be so quickly.
Looks like we've got a lot going on in turn one here. This is a battle for position.
We have, as GTP Passam is in the pit lane now. I believe that's got to be a driver change for Valerio. No, it isn't. I apologise. My mistake. He comes out of the pit lane again to continue his stint. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jordan. You were saying?
Yeah, I believe there was a... I believe this is a battle for position. I may be wrong there.
It is. I'm afraid to say that we have now lost the picture of the live stream on the YouTube stream, unfortunately. Sorry to say. I do apologise about the picture breakup that you're receiving at the moment. We'll try and keep you as well informed as we can during this difficult time. Unfortunately, There's nothing we can do about it because it's on GTP Passum's end, otherwise known as Bart, and he is currently out there driving at the moment. So it's kind of out of our hands, I'm afraid to say. I mean, even if I refresh my screen, it still comes up with the same thing, unfortunately. So I do apologise about that.
I'm not sure if they can get our...
So refreshing it does nothing, I'm afraid to say. Oh, coming back a little bit. No.
It looks like the errors you get when VLC freezes, and I know that Passum uses VLC occasionally.
Yeah, just noticing some serious picture breakup as well, I'm afraid. So hopefully you're receiving our audio as well. If you are, please do send us a bit of a message on the chat there as the bomb goes wide into the horseshoe.
The Courage that was fighting for third a moment ago is now pulling into the pits. There was a bit of an incident in turn one that looked quite like he got tagged on the rear quarter. So he's in the pits taking on fuel. It might be a driver change actually, because he's gone for a full tank. Oh no, he's back out under his own steam again.
Yeah, it's now reporting that 18 people are watching the stream.
Oh, that's gone downhill a bit.
Yeah, I don't think that's a truly correct figure though, due to the problems that we're having. So, well, hopefully it's not.
Apparently it's still smoother than Assassin's Creed Unity. Yes, it is.
Okay.
We're kind of approaching the 2-hour mark at this point, and the classes have resolved out a little bit, as you would expect them to after the early shenanigans for the Nissan Delta Wing. We have the Mazda Delta Wing leading the LMP2 class and leading overall, closely followed by the number 25 Lexus SC430 in second place, leading the GT500 class. And it's the SSR team's Nissan GT500 in third. The Peugeot Courage C60 is in fourth and second in LMP2, with the Mexican team GTMX Lexus SC430 in fifth. Then it's the Honda SCAR team's HSV 010 in sixth, and in seventh is the Nissan Delta Wing, rounding also off the LMP2 class. And then it's the 5 GT3 class cars, line astern, and it's Passum and De Bomb in the Audi R8 and the
Sorry, excuse me.
Nissan GTR, who are still carrying on their battle, with the 2 Mercedes of ROR and Bitter Rivals in 10th and 11th, with the Green Hell Heathens Nissan GTR Schulze in 12th. That's more or less the positions as we roll through into hour 2. Roll through into hour 3 from hour 2.
Quite. Yeah, sorry about the picture break. Sorry,
Yeah,
you were saying.
apologies for the stream there. I'm working on trying to reset some things here. Nothing changed on my end. You know how technology can be sometimes. So just working to see if I can figure out something that may resolve this. Doing best I can here. Bear with me, please.
Yeah, appreciate your patience. Thank you for joining us. There we are. It's now bumped back up the stream. It went up to 117 momentarily, so it is just a case of it being all over the place, I'm afraid, at the moment. But as I mentioned, that De Bomb now in the pit lane for the GT3 class. Another driver change for the team for TNR Nismo, but they're going to be straight back out onto circuit. And, of course, his old mate Passum's going to be bearing down on him. But he's going to come out in respect to Passum then. Let's have a look and find out. So, Passum is just going into turn 1 on full opposite lock as well. Fantastic. So into turn 1 comes Passum, and De Bomb manages to retain the lead ahead of Avalarion Racing. Great. Fantastic. because that means there's more battles for us. And also bear in mind, D. Griffin as well in the LMP2 Courage, who is coming up to lap the GT3 of Passam, and then, of course, he'll be lapping De Bomb as well. Anyway, if you want to come up with a hashtag for this, by the way, that we can post on Twitter, feel free, because that'll be blooming good. Anyway, having a look at the racing, it's not too bad. It's looking okay. Everything's sort of petered out a bit now, but we're in that stage in the race where drivers and teams alike are going to be thinking about a driver change. And another tactic, of course, aside from the driver change that they'll be thinking of, is who do they actually, of course, do they go for their driver? I mean, do you opt for someone that you know is perhaps not quite as quick as you, but is more consistent? Do you want someone that is a bit quicker but not as consistent? There are lots of different variables that you need to take into account when selecting your driver for different stints. Or is it the case of your drivers are of similar level or equal level, and they will both manage to put in a competitive performance? So we'll wait and see. We will have to wait and see, but I'm very, very much looking forward to the driver changes. We've had a few thus far, but we are just over 2 hours in. I will be back in just a moment because I need to go and blow my nose. Sorry about that.
Too much information there. Well, we've had a question.
What, blow my nose? Shocking.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a question there on the YouTube channel. How do driver changes work? It's actually relatively simple. Whoever's currently driving the car will drive into the pits. Because of the way that these are set up, the drivers will have to take a screenshot of themselves in the pits, whether that's using whatever video card that they've got or just taking a photograph of the screen itself. And then they have to leave the lobby in order to make room for their teammate, who will then join the lobby, take a photograph of themselves leaving the pits, and then do their stint. So there's nothing particularly special about how it's done, but it's just one member from each team in the lobby at any one time.
And apologies for the quality of the stream. Really not sure where the issue is coming from. Must be seems to be a clog in the internet tubes somewhere. Really can't figure out how to resolve this, but sort of are at the mercy of the internet infrastructure. So doing the best we can here.
It'll be all that chatter about GT6's livery editor.
Ah, yes.
And hand egg, possibly. I don't know.
Probably the hand egg.
Yeah. Stream dying at the start of third hour. Half-Life 3 confirmed. I'm just waiting for the arrow to the knee jokes now. Follow-up question from Cliff: how does it work without the race having to stop? Again, we're not actually in a race. This is entirely done in practice mode. It does lead to a few awkward things, but it means that drivers can pop in and out at their leisure without being excluded as it would in a race situation. One of the main things that it means is we don't actually know who's doing what in terms of position at any one time. You'll notice a sidebar is over the top of the position markers. That's because in free run and practice modes, only it would be listing the fastest laps. That's not a lot of use to us. So we're reliant on drivers submitting the photographs from the beginning and the end of their stints so that we know how far they've gone in their sessions. That's why there's a little delay between the end of the hour and the hourly update.
Cut to a commercial. Yeah, we don't have that capability, but
a looked like someone just had a massive, massive moment in the middle of the bus stop there. But they've recovered enough not to require a yellow flag, so... I'm hoping that wasn't lag related, because it looked like they were spinning for their country.
God, Struth, right. Sorry about that. I don't know why I'm doing that accent. I can't pull off Australian accent.
Now, you were talking about being Jeremy Clarkson earlier and being offensive. I think you just managed to fulfill that role perfectly.
As I mentioned in the Miata race, I managed to call my boss's, my boss at the radio, I managed to call his wife a dog, which went down like a house on fire. So I didn't mean to. It wasn't intentional.
I like many dogs more than I like most people, so...
Yeah, this is true. I mean, it could have been a compliment, but he took it the wrong way entirely. So you just can't, you just can't do it. Anyway. Oh dear. Anyway, I'm going to look for a pizza to order because I'm hungry. And as we know, it's complimentary, or it's customary rather, when we order, when we commentate on an endurance race, that one of us must order a pizza. Well, it is for me anyway, because it's normally me that orders it. Anyway, so what's changed on track since I was...
Not an awful lot. The drivers are still relatively nicely spaced out. It's still line of stern pretty much for LMP2 and GT500 and GT3. They're pretty much in exactly the same positions they were in before. We've had a couple of driver changes. My team, the Green Hell Heathens, have pitted. I was here, but I missed who's joined in his stead.
I see.
It seems to be everyone's settled into a nice rhythm now.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, that's the aim of this race, is consistency. Overall pace, though it is useful, especially in the opening laps, isn't really that, it doesn't really matter that much in a great deal. It is a case of being consistent, and if you are consistent, chances are you'll come out of it with a good result. So
yeah, I mean, in the MX5 race earlier, I think we qualified 8th, and I think we had the 5th or 6th fastest lap overall, but we finished... well, actually, I don't know where we finished because the official results haven't been posted yet, but provisionally I think we were 4th, just because we kept consistent laps going rather than falling off the track hither and thither.
There we go. So I've just had a tweet from my friend Ollie, who I actually raced in another series with. I'm commentating on this other series, actually, which is what I'm doing tomorrow. And I've just he sent me a tweet saying, "Dude, you're good. Like, good. Really good. Really, really good." Well, thanks. There you go. Oh, it's enough to make your evening. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who's tuned in this evening as well. Hope you're enjoying the commentary, even though the stream is a bit iffy in places. But we're working on it. We are working on it, rest assured. As soon as Bart, otherwise known as GTP Passim Racing for Avalarion, is finished, we will sort out something along those lines. Anyway, having a look at the action in the field, Inferno Racing still out front in the Delta Wing and completely dominating this race as well, it has to be said. They haven't lost the lead of the race since they started, and they've performed absolutely admirably. TNR Philo in the other LMP2 specification Nissan enjoyed a bit of a difficult start to the race, it would have to be said. There were a few problems. He had some contact on the opening lap, of course, up towards the bus stop, and then had to pit for damage repairs, and then to make things a bit worse for him, he then got a drive-through penalty a stop-and-go penalty for causing some of the contact, which is a bit of a shame, I have to say, for the other Delta Wing driver. We could have seen 2 Delta Wings going absolutely hammer and tong, and we still might. You never know. Things can change, of course. So we'll have to wait and see what the developments are that occur. But currently, TNR Philo has got quite a lot of ground to make up, even though he has made some serious inroads into the rest of the field over the past 2 and a bit hours. But really looking forward to seeing what that Delta Wing can do. It's a very interesting variable in this race, is that Delta Wing getting through the traffic, of course, and lapping the field, and being able, of course, to capitalise on others' mistakes as well, such as his own. So others have capitalised on that, and now it's his time to capitalise on theirs. Anyway.
Now we're being asked to do Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions.
Oh, I can't do an Australian. I can't even do an Australian accent.
Oh,
I can't do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Sorry about that.
Jenny. Hey, do you remember when I said I'd kill you last? I lied.
Yeah, that's better than anything I could do. Get to the chopper. I can't do it.
Papa.
Oh, blimey. I can do some other impressions. But, yeah. I'll do a Murray Walker impression, if you haven't heard that one.
Not again, it broke the stream last time.
I know, God, dear. If I do it again, it might unbreak it. It might counteract it. By the way, someone in Inferno Racing said, is he the only person that's noticing the lag? No, we're all noticing the lag due to a couple of server issues, as I mentioned earlier on. With one of the drivers who's currently racing, all the feed is essentially being transferred through his PC and then broadcast to you, but he's obviously racing, so can't resolve the problems whilst he's out on track, which is a shame, but we will try to keep you as updated as possible. I could do that bloke from... Radio Le Mans, rather, I should say. I could do his voice, the John Hinhaw voice. So,
I've met John a few times. He's a nice guy.
he does seem like a nice guy. I'd really like to meet him, actually.
We had a race off in Gran Turismo it was supposed to be for the British GT event that was that Jan Mardenborough was. He could have taken the British GT title that weekend.
Oh right.
Sorry, we just had a massive crash around the last corner.
We have indeed. You're quite right. I missed that one.
No idea who it is, but that was colossal.
I'd say R-Clock 83 in the pits as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's dived straight into the pits after that huge crash.
Yeah, I was just saying, was that related? But it was the number 42 Mercedes you're referring to then. So that being Reaper Online Racing again. I will get it right one day, don't worry. So he's in the pit lane and comes out. Where does he come in respect to that? Who's that just behind him? Or in front, rather? I will have a look.
D Griffin 28 is drifting that Courage, something rotten. I've never seen an LMP car going sideways quite that much.
Able to get Petter Solberg inside of it.
Do drift trials in it.
Yeah, quite. I'd say I've been I've interviewed Petter Solberg actually. I interviewed him at Autosport. He's a nice guy. So very, very accommodating. And I'm going to go along to, he's at my local circuit, Liddon Hill, which I'm sure you've heard of, Andrew.
Yep.
So I'm going to go along to that later, hopefully with a bit of media access to the World Rallycross event, which would be nice. So, yeah. And also applying for BTCC as well at Brands. That'd be good. Trying to get in with the radio station, but I'm a bit wary about that. Don't know whether they'll let me. And if not, then there's always other options. So,
just riding along with it's like a battle between EOL and GTMX.
It's a Lexus on Lexus moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
It's a Lexus sandwich.
Yes.
Not a sandwich, just two bits of bread, really, isn't it?
Now we're starting to sound like Alan Partridge now.
Oh, yeah, it is. There is no way I am driving a Mini Metro, Andrew, for goodness sake. Dear, dear. Those who don't watch Alan Partridge won't get that. Anyway, just having a look then, further down the field, having a look at some lap times then. Shall we have a look and find out how fast some people have been going? I think it's probably about time for that. Inferno Racing still holding the best lap, over a second quicker than the next car of the other LMP2 car, and that is a 136.1 that Inferno Racing have set currently out in front. The next best lap comes courtesy of D Griffin 28. Now he's done a 137.3 in the Courage Peugeot. In third place comes a GT500 specification car, the Scuderia GTMX team, with a 137.6. The Portuguese EOL, who is driving, someone will correct me in a moment, EOL is driving for the Teamwise Racing SC430, and he has done a 137.8. Giorgio 57 as well, who is driving a car. I don't know what car it is, because I'm trying to look on my screen as I'm doing this. And as you can tell, it's going down like a lead balloon at the moment. So, yeah, he's driving a car, but I don't know what car it is. I'm trying to look. Sorry, I problem being that I can't see the cars on screen as I'm talking to you. So I'm just trying to sort of work out who it is, even though I've commentated on him for the past few hours. Anyway, he's driving a car, but he set a 137.9. And the next best is FRS Skater, who I do know is driving as well, of course. FRS Skater for the SSR Motorsport team, the Nissan GTR. He is in a Nissan GTR, as I said, and has set a best lap time of a 1:38.3. Then comes TNR Philo, which is a bit of a surprise to see the LMP2 car so far down. Obviously not got the optimum setup on the car has the Britain. He has only set a 1:38.7, which is very disappointing to see. Then comes GTP Passam, of course, for Avalarion Racing, and he set a 1:44.9. Of course, this going into the GT3 class, hence such a big difference between that. But TNR Philo, slower than some GT500 cars, and is the slowest out of LMP2 and GT500, which is quite surprising, I have to say.
Yeah, not what you would expect to see there.
Certainly not. I know there's not a bit of much of a gap between the LMP2 cars and the GT500 cars, but that's quite significant to see the significant to see the differences between the two there. Oh, Philo's on the DS3. That might have a key role in it. So he's playing with a controller, which I mean does hinder your feel somewhat to the car. So you may not.
The Delta Wing wasn't difficult enough to drive.
Yeah.
No, it looks like he's got another major off there in the bus stop.
Right, you are as well. I will just promote the Twitter again. If you want to get in contact with us, follow us on Twitter, get in touch. You can, of course, follow GT Planet at GTPlanet News. You can follow Famine, otherwise known as Andrew, of course, or what we're referring to him as this evening as Andrew. You can follow him at GTP_Famine. Also, Jordan, the head honcho at GT Planet, is at JordanMG. And then if you want to follow myself, because you want to see some unrelated and boring tweets about Formula One, or the fact that my car won't start, you can follow me at Tom Brooks F1 as well, or send me a tweet or whatever. Feel free to get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. Send us a tweet if you want to ask us anything, and if you want to give us any feedback on our commentary so far, you can do that. You can also do it in the comments box, of course, on the stream. So feel free, get in touch. We'd love to hear from you this evening. Thank you for tuning in. Of course, you're watching the 24 Hours of Daytona GTPlanet Endurance Series. We are just over, I believe, or just under, rather, 3.5 hours into the race. About 3 hours and 20 minutes into the race thus far. And it's been very exciting so far. A lot of different factors as the sun is now beginning to set, coming up to 4:30 p.m. local time, as we see Inferno Racing, the GT500 car there, going very close together through turn 1 as they head up towards turn 3 as well, the horseshoe. Are they battling for position? No, they can't be battling for position. The Inferno Racing cars lap the entirety of the field, so that must just be the GTR trying to unlap himself as he successfully manages to do so. The Inferno Racing driver decides against battling back as he goes deep into the second horseshoe corner.
He should be able to get him on the oval section.
Yeah, certainly so. So, I mean, how compared to the likes of the traditional LMP2 cars, if you were, say, the Courages and the Pescarolos and the like, how vastly different is the Delta Wing in comparison aerodynamically?
Well, it's so strange in so many different ways. It's really hard to describe. The way you can't really trail brake it at all. Of course, I mean, all these LMP2 cars are difficult to trail brake due to the aerodynamics, but you have to be very careful with how you get on the power, and it's really tough to drive. I've not personally figured it out yet, but as you can see, Andrew was talking about this earlier. When they go through the oval sections, the front tires are barely on the ground at all. Really, almost all the weight, and I guess the downforce too, is on the rear tires. So sort of this weird dynamic when they go through the banked sections on the oval, and they feel really funny. The wheel vibrates a lot, and it's you feel like you're just about to lose it, but the car is planted. It's a really strange design. I applaud their innovation, but it's an odd duck, I must say.
It is. It certainly is. It's a very, very unique concept as well. It's just so fascinating to have a look at it and see the different elements that you don't normally see on the traditional LMP2 cars. I've got to say, commend Inferno Racing for doing such a stellar job thus far as well in the race. They really kept that thing on the track very well. I haven't had a single off as far as I know, though I may be wrong. But
Yeah, I don't believe they've had one.
no, as I said, there's nothing significant's happened. They've had a very quiet race, which is what you want really in an endurance race. If you're a team, I say you want a quiet race. You don't necessarily want a quiet race because it's a bad spectacle for it. But I mean, if you're a team, the last thing you want is to be caught up in a lot of drama and some incidents as well. But
We've got a great GT500 battle here between Escuderia Racing and I believe that's Team Wise Racing, the Lexus battle, as you could call it. They're really going at it as they go through turn 3 right now.
Yeah, right, you are as well. Just having a look at that, and that would be EOL. So that was who the driver I was getting confused with earlier on in the SC430. So he's fourth on the board in the best lap time thus far. And as you mentioned, Jordan, they are very close together on circuit as well, which is good to see. Some fantastic racing going on between the different classes. We've seen a lot of GT3 action thus far, and it's fantastic to see the GT500s getting in gear now, as well as I see a couple of cars quite close together on the map coming out of the horseshoe and heading towards turn 4, the kink rather, into turn 5.
Yeah, you know, the GT500 cars are quick. They're competitive in terms of lap times with the LMP2s, so definitely no slouches when it comes to speed.
Definitely not. I just want to have a look at Scuderia GTMX's run then they get on the oval section as he's in the slipstream of EOL for the Team Wise Racing car. Is he going to pull up the inside? I do believe he is going to, as they're coming now through to cross the line again and head towards turn 1. He goes towards the outside as EOL goes defensive. Can he manage to plant a manoeuvre around the outside? That'll be a brave move if he can pull it off. Does he manage to keep it? They are side by side coming out of turn 1. Fantastic racing between the pair, I've got to say. Up towards the horseshoe, and he gets the manoeuvre done. Fantastic.
Wow.
Brilliant racing between the classes.
Yeah, this is not usually the type of battle you see in a 24-hour endurance race, so this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, certainly is, and I'm sure there's plenty more to come as well, and that means EOL is going to have to really set about making his way past GTMX then for JMML 94, the Mexican driver in the Mexican team. But also bear in mind they are coming up to lap a GT3 spec car of Avalarion Racing as well. As he negates his way past the GT3 car does EOL for the Team Wise Racing squad as he takes a bit of grass through the bus stop chicane. Really is pushing quite hard in order to be able to catch up with GTMX as they come up towards De Bomb. So De Bomb and Passam only separated by about 1.5 2 seconds. Once again, they have been glued on each other's exhausts for the entirety of this race thus far, and it's no exception at the moment either. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch those two.
Certainly has. So just under an hour now left of my coverage here at the 24 Hours of Daytona. Bit of a shame, really. I'm looking forward to commentating on it. I'll be handing over to Andrew, and I believe, Jordan, you're staying on for a bit longer as well.
Yes, I'm as the camera director. I believe I've got a bit more time.
There we go. Fantastic. Just out of interest, are there driver limits as we saw in the real thing? Who wants to go and answer that one?
Driver limits in terms of.
In terms of how long can a driver drive within one stint? What's the hour limit?
It depends on the class, I think, but it's no more than 4 hours of any 6-hour period, and I think it's a maximum of 14.
Right. So there we go. There we go indeed. There we see the Mexican JMML 94. He's up the exhaust of EOL for the Team-Wise Racing. The two SE430s very, very close on circuit as they come by to start another lap. And he pulls out of the slipstream, goes towards the outside, does GTMX. So EOL managed to get ahead. And is it going to be a repeat manoeuvre up the outside? No, not quite into turn 1. But they're very, very close on circuit at the moment, as you can see on your screen, through turn 2 and heading up towards the horseshoe of turn 3. A crucial overtaking opportunity, this one. And GTMX JMML 1994 doesn't quite manage to get ahead, which is a shame, but plenty of opportunity. And we've seen the GT500 cars are very quick on the straight and very, very effective in a slipstream as well. But of course, he will be in the turbulent air of that SC430 in front of him, which may cause him a bit more understeer than perhaps he'd be liking. So in towards the outwards part of the lap, on towards the first part of the oval, then heading towards the bus stop chicane they come. And GTMX he's lost a bit of time compared to EOL for the Team-Wise Racing, which is a shame to see. But he is still in the slipstream there and thereabouts. I don't think he's going to have quite enough straight line space in order to be able to make a manoeuvre up the inside into the bus stop. And indeed, he doesn't. But if he gets a good run out of the bus stop, as EOL gets a bit out of shape coming out of it, that's going to allow him a very good run and a very good opportunity as they come to start another lap again. So he's in a very good position, it has to be said. EOL goes low down the banking, and GTMX, of course, follows his line. He's in the slipstream now, and he's got quite a long straight in order to be able to catch up and get past EOL. So it's going to be a repeat once more. They come across the line. GTMX looks towards the outside once again as EOL goes defensive in towards turn 1. And again, he's just not quite there. No, he's not. No, EOL clips the apex and shuts the door very firmly on JMML 94 as they come through turn 2 and through towards turn 3 once again. It's a great racing between the GT500 classes as well, as we see 3 cars that are very close together coming through turn 1. I believe that's one of the cars being lapped as well, as we see JMML 94, who's coming at the outside into the second horseshoe. He'll be very brave to make that move stick, and he doesn't, and he has a bit of an incident. Goes off as well, he does, yes. Oh dear, shame for there. JMML 94 goes off and loses all the time he made up on EOL for the Team Rides Racing Lexus SC430. What a shame to see. There's a gap of about 1.5 seconds back now between the two drivers. So it was all undone with just one mistake in one corner. And that's the beauty of motor racing. It can change every single lap.
I have to say, you did sound a bit like Gollum just then.
Did I?
Yeah. And goes off, does he?
It goes off.
Filthy tricksy hobbitses.
It's better than sounding like Yoda, doesn't it? Off he goes. Anyway, getting back to it, as we see a change of... Oh, that's just TNR Fido getting past FRS Gator. Oh, it's 4 position as well? No, can't be. No, he's already got past him. Anyway, right. Time to cracking on. And the sun begins to draw in as we wait for the sun to set and, of course, the night to come. Interesting thing about this circuit, of course, is it's not really floodlit, is it, to be honest with you? I mean, there's a few scattered about, but it's relatively dark in places, isn't it? Oh, well, hopefully. Anyway, getting back to it, let's have a look at some of the other action. Then as we see D. Griffin, 28, in the pits. Surely going for a driver change maybe for the Courage? No. No driver change for the Courage. Unbelievable. He's been going for absolutely ages now. Nowhere near his, not quite near his limit as we come up to, we're 2.5 hours into the race. Just gone 2.5 hours into the race, actually. And no driver change thus far for D. Griffin at the moment. Inferno Racing still...
That pit stop was a little bit on the naughty side. He passed Dabom in the YouTube livery GTR, and then immediately dived into the pits in front of him. Seemed a bit
unnecessary,
a bit crude.
Yes. Inferno Racing, though, still out in front, going through the first horseshoe at the moment. We've got a comfortable second horseshoe, rather. We've got a comfortable lead on the remainder of the field. Inferno Racing will be thinking about a driver change at some point. You'd like to think as well. So, I mean, their team driver lineup at the moment consists of only 3 drivers, which is interesting to see. Of course, Inferno Racing, there's Rob929, PP123, which is funny, and Future F1 as well. And they are a locally based team, the only fully locally based team within this race at the moment. There's a mixed team further down in the GT3 class, but they are the only local team, which means they're the only team with all the drivers in one of their houses, basically, or flats or apartments. Everyone else is networked. So there we go. As I have seen... oh, sorry, that's my stream's gone offline, which is a shame. But there we go. There are. A quick reset does it all the good. It's my Duff internet connection. As we see, TNR Philo has left the room, so that's a change of drivers in the LMP2 Nissan then. So Neova... joins the field and will take over the space left vacant by TNR Philo in the Nissan LMP2 Delta Wing, in the official LMP2 Delta Wing by Nissan, I should say. So as we see Bo Albert on 6, Bo Albert 6 as well on circuit. I don't recall seeing... Oh, no, it has been on circuit for quite a while. I apologise. Yeah, lap 16 is on of his stint. I just hadn't seen that before. That's my mistake. Apologies. So we wait for the Delta Wing to come back out on track. The number 10 car of SSR Motorsports is going to be taken over then by the American Neova. Was driven by TNR Philo for the first stint of the race and endured a bit of a tough time, it has to be said, but has really managed to gain some inroads into that as Neova comes out of the pit lane then and starts his stint of the race. So there we are. I will be back in just a moment once more.
Sure, there's a bit of a balance of performance discussion going on in the YouTube comments. Effectively here, it's to balance the cars by power and weight within each class. The classes also have driving aid restrictions. So some of the classes can use traction control, ABS, stability control. Not a big fan of that one, if they choose to, or not if they don't want to. The MX-5s we were driving earlier, they had pretty free rein on some of the driving aids, but you didn't have to use them if you didn't want to. Beyond that, aside from the support races where the vehicles are not permitted to be tuned, individual drivers and teams can tune the rest of the car however they see fit, so long as it doesn't break the power and weight limits for that particular vehicle. Someone asks if we just have 12 cars on track at once. Yep. The teams can be 3, 4. I don't think there's any 5 driver teams. And essentially they pit, leave, a teammate joins the lobby, and then they continue driving from that point.
I'm just keeping an eye out for any close battles on the track to feature the cameras on. I see the stream is still a little bit glitchy, so there's really nothing I can do about that at this point.
Yeah.
It's it's actually not in the game. It's somewhere between the streaming source and the server, so it's kind of out of our hands.
Yeah, I'm watching the commentators live stream, which is slightly ahead of the YouTube one, and the YouTube one is very, very, very laggy. So it's something that Passon will have to look at when he hops out of his stint of driving the Audi. Will it rain during the 24-hour period? It might. That's all we know. We did the MX-5 Sport race earlier today, and the lobby settings were exactly the same. Only it took 15 minutes for the rain to start, and by the time the race actually started, it was 100% surface water, and all the cars had to pit for wets. That was fun. But yeah, that dried out after about the first hour. But yeah, we've not seen any drizzles of any kind in the first 3 hours of this race. Well, 2.5.
Although the SSR Motorsports GTR does have its windshield wiper on for some reason.
Oh, you know, just to be sure. I'll be honest, I haven't actually mapped the windscreen wipers to any of the buttons on my G25. Most people, I would suggest driving bumper cams, so it wouldn't make any particular difference to them either way, whether it's on or not.
I believe that is. Are those? Is that a fight for position there with Skater?
It's only two GT500s, but I'm not sure whether it's for position, because one's the Honda that's supposedly in 6th, and the other is the Nissan that's in 4th.
Oh, wow! A big off into the first turn there for Skater with SSR Motorsports and the GTR.
I'm not entirely sure that wasn't assisted. The Honda did seem to be getting very close to the back end of him there. It looks like he might have been helped around a little bit there. We'll have to leave that one to the stewards to have a look at. I'm sure since they're all in the lobby, they have their own versions of the stream. Nitro Neon says that's the hardest corner to race side by side on. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, we were excited for the Lexus battle, because when you get to certain points of the race, the kind of cars are a bit spread out across the track, so it's nice to see a couple of cars that are of the same make very close to each other.
Yes, but we can't let a opportunity to make a snide remark pass us up now, Andrew.
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Anyway, right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, dear. Cracking on as we were. So, yeah, sunset setting in now, and the day turns into night. Inferno Racing still out in front at the moment. I'm just having a look at Niavere or Niavar or however you pronounce it. If you've got a pronunciation, by the way, please do post in the comments so I don't get confused. In the SSR Motorsports Nissan Delta Wing, he has performed very well so far. Bit of damage on his car, though. Has he gone off and I've missed that whilst I was away? Probably so.
Who's that?
The SSR Motorsports Nissan Delta Wing, the black car.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Well, I haven't seen any particular offs.
No, I was going to say there's spotting some damage. A yellow flag in Sector 2, as I mentioned that as well. I believe that was due to a spinning car, but I didn't quite catch which one. Should also mention, by the way, if you're watching this, obviously on the live stream on YouTube, thank you for choosing us. Thank you for joining in as well. Should mention, though, of course, the stream, as I'm sure you can see, is a little bit laggy at the moment. We are having a few problems. The problem mainly being that the bloke who this computer stream is going through is racing on track at the moment. GTPasm for Avalarion is out on track, so there's nothing we can do to resolve it, unfortunately, until he completes his stint, which will be at some point within the next hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we will be able to resume normality. But for now, you'll have to deal with the somewhat breakable pictures and our voices as well, you poor things. But thank you for joining in anyway, and if you want to get in touch, please do feel free to pop a comment in the chat box on the right hand side of your screen, or send us a tweet as well. Of course, the Twitter handles are as follows: GTPlanet's official Twitter handle at GTPlanet News. You can also follow Jordan as well, who is here with us in the combox. He is at JordanMG. Also, Andrew as well, otherwise known as Famine to you guys on the forums. He is known as GTP_Famine. And then myself, I'm at Tom Brooks F1 if you want to follow me. So there you go. In the meantime, let's continue with having a look at the racing. What are we currently looking at on screen, Jordan?
Right now, we're riding along with Pasm in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra with Avalarion Racing. Just a little bit of a bunch up there with the cars as they come out of turn 6 onto the oval section.
Well, it looks like he's gaining on the back of that Nissan GTR again.
Yes, it's been the feature of the whole race. I've got to say, GTP Bambi's popped in a comment into the thing. He's going to have PTSD from hearing our voices for so long. So, sorry about that, but I'll be off within the next 45 minutes. Sorry about that as well. Well, you might not be sorry to hear that I'm going, but anyway, as you mentioned, yeah, there is a bit of a bunch-up between the GT500 cars. So the GT3 spec cars, I should say, not the GT500. And, yeah, I mean, that GTP Passam and the Nissan of TNR Motorsports have been just locked together all race, absolutely all race. They have been completely inseparable, which has been great to see. It's produced some fantastic racing between the two. They really have been going head to head, no holes barred at all. And just having a look at Passam there, getting a bit squirrely as Giorgio57 in the Honda manages to creep past him and put a lap on the GT3 spec cars. As we see also Niavere in the, I'm going to have a different pronunciation for every time I talk about him, by the way. Niavere in the Nissan Delta Wing comes up to lap the GT3 cars as well. So there we go. It's bit of a bunch up in the middle sector at the moment as they come on towards the banked part of the lap before the bus stop, and he goes around the outside of the GT3 car and gets past with variable ease. Anyway, so 170 miles an hour, that's not a bad shout. Should we go on board with the driver at the start of another lap, and do you want me to commentate on a lap of the Daytona circuit?
Certainly. Who would you like to ride with?
I don't mind. Take your pick.
Let's see. How about the name that cannot be pronounced in the Delta Wing?
Oh, Niavere. Yeah, go on.
He's
then.
coming up on the straight right now, so we
is
live, and he's just about to cross the start-finish line.
He is indeed, yeah, right across the start-finish line. The bank start-finish line there before you have to brake it and kind of turn at the same time. Very, very difficult first corner, this one. Try and spot your reference point when you're braking. Down to 70 miles an hour for the corner, second gear, before you fling it over to the right and then the left-hand side, heading towards turn 3, the horseshoe. Again, another second, maybe first gear corner. Fling it in, try and clip the apex. Niavere, they're running a little bit wide. Perhaps just trying to go a little bit slower and also Perhaps a bit distracted by Giorgio up in front of him through the flat-out left-handed kink then before the second horseshoe. Swinging over to the left-hand side. Again, brake and turn at the same time. Try and clip the apex as he manages to do so before going on towards the banked part of the lap. Again, over to the right-hand side of the circuit before braking and turning in towards this second gear left-hander on towards the first, or the second rather, banked part of the lap. So as you climb up the banking, Niaveri takes a bit of a low option there in order to try and maintain as much speed as possible. Notice on our screen then that number 10 must pit this lap and deactivate his ABS. As we see Niaveri coming down the back straight then towards the bus stop chicane. Spot your braking reference point, brake down into second gear, swing it into the left-hander and then the right, and try and run the car out as wide as possible. Take as much curb on the inside before you come onto the final part of the lap in towards the banked section once more. The key part of the bus stop chicane there is to take as much speed through it as possible, as Niaveri does very well indeed behind the wheel of that Nissan Delta Wing. Oh, and he's going to the pit lane as well. So there we are. A pit stop as well.
Well, good effort on the walkthrough of the lap.
Thank you very much. I try my best. But there we are. And he does eventually cross the line. There we go.
Well, since that was a Delta Wing lap, anything could have happened.
Yeah, quite. I know, we should all be drunk by now, given the amount of times they've gone off.
Yeah, that's the... It would be the most dangerous drinking game. You could just imagine.
You certainly could. Someone's called me the GTPlanet version of Crofty as well. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment. Depends on what your opinion of Crofty. Very kind of them. Thank you. I should say, rather, that would be a nicer way of putting it, wouldn't it? So thank you very much.
Someone said you were the Southern John Hindhaugh, so...
the Southern... I like that. So... When he's good into a corner. That sounds nothing like it. That's when you sound like one of the hairy bikers.
Yeah, that's just up the road from me, and that's very racist.
Sorry. Isn't it accentist?
Mind you, the only two things I can do in a Sunderland accent are the hamster off the Weetabix advert that goes, "That's two things," and the horse off the McVitie's advert that goes, "But kicky."
Just want to mention there that number 10, the SSR Motorsports Delta Wing Nissan, that's why he was in the pit lane to try and deactivate his ABS, but he pulled into the pit lane and yet has still been given a drive-through penalty. Ah, so there we go. So he restarts his stint and should, in theory, have deactivated his ABS. I bet he's wishing he bought a DFGT now, because he could have set that up. So yeah, that's interesting to see from the SSR Motorsports Nissan. We'll have to wait and find out what the developments occur on that. According to our screens, he's got a penalty. But in theory, he did just go into the pit lane to turn ABS off. So we will have to wait and see. Interesting developments. Very interesting. Anyway, let's have a look at the running order for those who missed it earlier on, commentary-wise. So I'm off at 10:30 this evening. A bit of a shame. I'm not looking forward to leaving, actually. I've really enjoyed my time here this evening, so thank you very much for putting up with me and having me. And then Andrew will take over lead commentary duties between 10:30 and 11:30 this evening. And then we will see GTP Pasm, otherwise known as Bart, doing a half-hour stint between 11:30 and 12 a.m. I should state these times are all in GMT, so you'll probably have to convert them to your local time. Unfortunately, this is the only timetable that I have available. Then we'll see Andrew back in the comm box once more between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning GMT. And then there won't be a commentator again until 9 a.m. on the Sunday morning, so it'll just be the pure sound all the way through. And that will consist of Bart at 9 a.m. GMT between 9 and 10 for an hour, and then again no commentator until Bart between 7 and 7:30. So there won't be a commentator necessarily to end the race unless I can manage to pop in for a bit of time, but I'd like to say that I can. If you'd like to see me back for the end of the race, I'll try my best. Anyway, as we see TWR Greco join the room as EOL has left. So that, needless to say, is then a driver change for the Team-Wise racing car. Yep, the number 25 will be changing drivers in the Lexus SC430 then. So finally a driver change. Also, we see FRS Skater leaving the room. Now, he was driving... someone's going to butt in and correct me in a minute. He was driving... What was he driving, the FRS Skater? Oh, he was driving the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR 500. So he's going to be replaced by one of their other 6 drivers. So we'll keep you updated with the drivers. So it's Stig's TC, the Australian, that will take over the role. He's Australian, yes. I always get their flags confused. But the number 28 car will now be driven by Stig's TC as the... as we mentioned, there was a driver change, of course, for the Team-Wise Racing squad as well. So 2 driver changes in the same lap. As my GTPlanet has rather annoyingly logged me out. That's frustrating.
My apologies.
Oh, it's not your fault.
Blame Omnis.
Blame Omnis, I like that.
Quite busy there into turn 5.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. I will have a look at that. That's between Niavere in the Delta Wing, and he's followed by a GT500 car. That's GTMX then of JMML 94 for the Mexican team, and then De Bomb in the GT3 spec. In the GT3 spec Nissan GTR, as JMML gets up the inside of Niavere, not currently 4 position. Sorry, excuse me there. Not currently 4 position at the moment as well. So we're not getting overexcited about that one at the moment. Although I can get overexcited for you if you really want me to. I don't mind. I'll commentate on something completely mundane, even that's not related to the race, in a Murray Walker voice if you want.
That's the sign of a good commentator. You can make anything exciting.
Yeah. And there we are. We see a tree in the background with green leaves on it. Yes, and it has a brown trunk. Fantastic. And some apples with some people below it. Brilliant. There you go.
But is it 3D or not?
It's a 3D tree. What a development. There you go.
I'm excited already. I'm ready to go.
I want to know more about the tree. Oh.
It looks like Passam has caught up on the back end of De Bomb again.
It certainly does. There's a surprise.
Oh,
We should explain that if you haven't been watching this race for as long as we have, of course, that GTP Passam in the Avalarion Racing Audi GT3 spec car and De Bomb in the Nissan GTR, who is currently driving for TNR Nismo, they have been locked together for the entirety of this race, pretty much, and some fantastic battles we've seen between the two. And here we are, 97 odd laps into their stints, and they're still going at it. Unbelievable. Even through 2 pit stops, they are still as close as anything on track. It's fantastic.
It's getting quite dark now at this point. I think we'll should see the lights come on at Daytona.
Yeah, we should do soon. The sun's setting and the lights come on. But yeah, keep an eye on this GT3 battle. I've got that my tree commentary has gotten a lot of feedback as well. So there we are. Thank you very much. Just out of interest, disused motorsport circuits. I was discussing this with a motorsport friend the other day. Disused motorsport circuits. If you could bring back any circuit, whether at all that's currently unused or has been demolished or the like, what would you bring back?
Ooh, it's a good question.
Pause for thought.
Yes. Well, I always really liked the old Spa. That was quite a beautiful track. I actually had the chance to explore some of the roads, the public roads, which now make up the sections of the old track. And it just must have been spectacular to drive that at speed. I can't imagine. I think
So,
so much history there at Spa as well. It's just sort of in the air.
yeah, certainly must have been. I mean, who was the Formula One driver, the very inexperienced Formula One driver, who was sadly killed there? Was I can't remember his name. His name escapes me at the moment. It was a British driver. He only raced for a couple of races, but he was already gaining a bit of an aggressive driving reputation, but was incredibly talented at the same time. And was sadly killed there. Which was quite a shame back in the 60s, I believe it was. If anyone wants to pop up on YouTube and let me know. But yeah, the old Spa-Francorchamps circuit, what a circuit that must have been to race at.
Was it Chris Bristow?
That was the one, Chris Bristow. Yes, I knew it was Chris something, but I wanted to say Chris Amon, but he was Australian, wasn't he, or Kiwi?
You get the flags mixed up again.
Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. So, I mind you, I did that on the radio again the other day. I called one of our listeners Australian, and he was a Kiwi because it was Australia Day. Needless to say, he phoned me up and was not very happy. I seem to annoy a lot of people on the radio as it happens. That's just part of my job. But Andrew, what disused motorsport circuit would you bring back if you had the choice?
Now, see, I'm now thinking about the guys who wanted to build Grand Valley in real life. That doesn't count. I'd like to rebuild Retford.
Retford.
Yes.
Okay.
It held one of the very first. Well, I suppose it held some of the very early Grand Prix, and what used to be the second tier to F1 in the very early days, as the Sheffield Star Grand Prix.
Right.
And as a Sheffield local, it just appeals to me to have a racetrack in the north of England that's not Croft.
Quite, yeah. Just want to mention that we saw, was that Evalerion Racing going off
Yeah,
at
that was
one?
Passam dropping a wheel on the inside of turn one there.
Yeah, bridges the gap a bit to Bomb, who's ahead of him at the moment. But yeah, I think you are quite right as well. It was quite a nice circuit. I mean, the circuit I'd bring back if I had the opportunity, I'd either choose Brooklands because of the history of the circuit. I thought that was, something that's obviously it can't be rebuilt anymore because there's a housing estate on it.
Do you know? Actually, my wife owns a square yard of Brooklands.
Does she really?
She does.
Oh, fantastic! There you go. There you go. So Famine knows about Brooklands. There you go. Yes. It would either be that one, or I did quite like the old Hockenheim, but it was a case of when there was an F1 race there, it was a case of if you had a good engine and a good aerodynamic package, you would generally do quite well. So a lot of drivers found it boring, and obviously it was safety concerns, but it was a legendary circuit in its own right. I mean,
yeah, I did like it.
But then again, I'm one of the few, I think, or the minority that actually quite likes the new Hockenheim layout as well. So I prefer that to the Nürburgring, a GPF circuit.
I do like the hairpin, but I'm less enamoured of the layout overall than I was of the old Hockenheim.
Yeah, bear with me just a minute, Mike. I've got my girlfriend on the phone. Hang on a second. I'll give her a call.
Hope he doesn't call her a dog.
Ah, yes.
I heard
Hope
that.
she's not
thank
watching
you.
the stream. Yeah, I think on the subject of old circuits, I've always been intrigued by the Nürburgring Südschleife. I suppose that's how you pronounce it. It's always just had an air of mystery about it.
I remember the old Spa that you were talking about was the track that Jackie Stewart was afraid of.
Yes.
And it was kind of spurred him on to redeveloping kind of safety in F1.
Looks like D. Griffin had an off in the ABC Racing Peugeot outside of the bus stop, but he seems to have recovered, but there is some damage. Of course, it's hard to tell with the damage bug.
Yeah.
Saw someone asking in the chat, why do all the cars have damage?
Yeah. Some of them do, some of them don't. Unfortunately, it is a bug with GT6 that damage persists to viewers, whether it's been repaired or not. It doesn't actually persist if you're in the car, oddly. Just to
Well,
viewing it.
the fans have been asking for damage for years and years, so, buddy, you're going to get damage.
Bambi asks if there are Avalarion approaching the 4-hour limit. No. It's about 320 elapsed in the race at the moment. Sorry, no. Just over 3 hours, sorry, has just elapsed in the race. We started 10 minutes late due to a disconnect.
It was a shame. I'm back, by the way, and I didn't call my girlfriend a dog. Thanks for that.
Good.
I haven't offended someone. Hooray! Sign of a good night, that is. Anyway, let's have a look at the event schedule then. I'm going to have a look, and we can find out what's going to be going on. So,
we have a penalty for the Mexican Escuderia team.
Yeah,
Last
number 20.
driver over the stint limit.
Ah. I did think that driver had been in the car for quite a while, actually. The Escuderia team, though.
That's the 65 minutes non-pit stint.
Yes, that must have been... so number 24, they are currently racing with JMML 94, and before that it was Jelly RT, if my memory serves me correctly. So... there we go. So that must be is that Jelly that was over the stint limit, or was it JMML?
I believe that was JMML.
Right. Oh, so he just didn't pit in within a. Yeah, I get what you mean. Sure. Okay. That clarifies things a bit. Just still having a look at De Bomb. Whereabouts is Passam? Has he fallen further
Yeah,
back?
he had a little drop wheel incident at turn 1. He's not that far behind. It's still see him, but
yeah. But the headlights are of course coming on now as well.
yeah.
So they are. So and the floodlights are lit. So
In parts.
in parts, yes, quite. So there we go. So we're getting into nighttime. 17:13 local time is what it is. It's 22:13 over here in Blighty, where I'm commentating from. Where is it? What time is it where you are, Jordan?
It is 5:13 p.m.
There you go. So tea time, basically.
Yes, I
the
suppose.
same time as on the track.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm in the same time zone as Daytona.
There we go. So
it's not quite that dark here, but
no, it is probably over-exaggerate, probably compensating for winter or something like that. But,
yes.
Yeah. But we see D. Griffin in the pits and the Mexican Escuderia team as well. They're serving their penalty. D. Griffin, surely they're going to have to be going for a driver change because otherwise they're going to be over the stint limit, are they not? Oh, no, sorry, a different class, isn't it? So, yeah, he's now... Yeah, there we go. So the D. Griffin Escuderia... D. Griffin LMP2 car of... ABC Racing are out on track once again with D. Griffin, who's been in the car since... he's been in for quite a while. He's on 109 laps on this stint. So, in comparison, Inferno Racing has done 111. So, he's been in it since the start of the race. Inferno Racing, they're just letting a GT500 car through. But still comfortably out in front. Oh, I should say the Flash goes into the back of Inferno as well. Good heavens. So... yeah, flash number 5 there for in the 43, I believe that was. 43 Bitter Rivals Racing Mercedes SLS AMG.
Oh, well, he's only taken the leader out. Nothing important.
No, I mean, he's got enough in the lead, isn't he? So Dear, oh dear, good heavens. Didn't think we'd be seeing that. Anyway, so it's, what are we in now? 3 hours in? Just over 3 hours?
Yes, 3 hours, 5 minutes.
I'd say that's pretty good going. I'll be off in 15 minutes, I'm afraid to say. Sorry about that. So, I'm not looking forward to it either, as it happens. I've enjoyed myself.
Yeah, it's going to be quite quiet.
Yeah, 'cause is that your way of saying I'm loud?
No, it's my way of saying you're an excellent commentator for endurance racing.
Oh, you're far too kind. Again, I'm going to owe you a lot of money by the end of this. Oh, no. The Spa 24 Hours was the first endurance commentary I'd ever done, actually, to be honest with you. It's I'd only sort of ventured into commentary in about May last year. I haven't been doing it for very long at all. As we see Inferno racing into the pit lane now as well. Is that going to be for a driver change? I mean, he's got damage on his car due to an incident with the flash, so that may be causing him some problems. But we will wait and see. Yeah, put some fuel in, so he's going to continue happily on with his stint. Is the number 11 Inferno Racing Mazda Delta Wing. Someone's commented on the YouTube stream saying, I think it's Jordan's way of saying Tom's talking too much. There you go.
No, not at all. In case of in case of this situation here with an endurance race, that's what you need. Because I'm not a man of many words, so we need someone like you to keep things interesting.
I just talk about anything that goes on in my life. So, but thank you very much. You're very kind. I mean, it's good fun. I'm 17 and I've got a lot of opportunity ahead of me, and I'm looking forward to commentating on this for the rest of this year at least, and hopefully into next year as well. And I mean, I know we're only in February pretty much, or going into February at midnight, of course. But yeah, I've enjoyed every single second of commentating on this series thus far, and the inaugural event of the 2015 championship it is, but plenty more to come, and very, very much looking forward to being there. I'm going to be at the 6 Hours of Silverstone later this year, by the way. If anyone's going to be attending the 6 Hours of Silverstone, the World Endurance Championship race, by the way, if you want to meet up, I'll be there from Friday morning through until Sunday evening, so yeah, feel free. I don't mind. I'm more than happy to meet up with you guys. I've got general admission tickets, but I'll probably be trying to pop into the pit lane to interview people, because I just go around and shove a microphone in people's faces and then they talk for a bit normally. Otherwise, either that or they tell you something else, but I can't repeat it. The Bathurst race. Will I be at the Bathurst race? That is a good question. I don't actually have, of all things, I don't have an events calendar on me, but it's okay because I have the thread up and I can find it. Let me just reply to a quick message, and then I will get straight on to having a look and finding out the events calendar, and I'll let you know whether I'll be there. Hopefully so.
Apparently it's March 8th, according to Bambi.
Is it really? Heavens above. I should. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, I say I should be available. Ooh, that could be a bit of a problem because I've got my 18th birthday party on the Saturday night, so I might not be in a hospitable state to talk about racing. That could be fun, couldn't it? I don't know. I might be there for the Sunday for a bit because I've got the Sunday off of work for sure. It depends how much of my voice I've lost on the Saturday night. I'd love to make it though. Bathurst is one of my all-time favourite circuits, so it would be absolutely fantastic to be able to make it. So I'll definitely try my best, and I'll try not to be too hungover if at all possible. But of course, I can't guarantee anything. Definitely for the Sunday though, maybe not for the Saturday. But my party doesn't start till 7:30, so I might be able to make it. I might be able to make it for a little bit in the afternoon on the 7th, at least. So there you go. I'll try my best. Someone said preserve my voice. Who's Mr. Rogers? Someone said one of the announcers sounds like Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, he hosted a children's show here in the United States, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I'm not sure if you guys got that in the UK. I presume he's talking about me because I'm the only American on here, so never got that before, but there you go, Mr. Everybody loves Mr. Rogers, so I'll take that as a compliment.
There we go. Can't complain. So Steve said, you're 18. Nice man. Well done for everything you're involved with at your age. Well, thank you very much, Steve. Very kind of you to say. I'm actually 17 at the moment. I'm not 18 yet. So yeah, no, I've been in radio for 4 years, coming up to 5 years now, since I was 13. So I've been commentating since last year. I've been writing since motorsport stuff since last year. Just trying to get everything done a bit early. I've always been impatient. That's my problem. So I'm trying to get it done as soon as possible, which I suppose kind of pays dividends in some aspects, really. Hopefully, at least anyway. Having a look at De Bomb, by the way, in the Nissan GTR, the number 44. He's now in the pit lane. And he's done 107 laps of that stint. Is it going to be a driver change? No, it's not. No driver change for them. Bit of fuel on board, a new set of boots. And he will be back underway. Of course, Pasm, in the meantime, has gotten past, but Pasm is also suffering from relatively poor tyre wear and relatively low fuel as well. So I should imagine, given the deficit... No, it is a driver change. I apologise. It is a driver change for the TNR Nismo team. So there we are. That means that Pasm will take the lead, retake the lead of the GT3 class in the meantime, as drivers are changed over to TNR Pfeffer, who will retake... or will take over the TNR Nismo number 44 car. So that means to say that Pasm will take the lead, but he will, of course, have to pit by the end of next lap, at least, for some more fuel. That's going to be very interesting, because he's going to have pretty much a lap on the field if he doesn't pit on the GT3 class, if he doesn't pit this time around. But, of course... they will have to do a driver change at some point similar too, because he's 107 laps into his stint. So it's kind of going to even itself out, really. It's going to be very interesting to see the different variables within this and find out where they both come out in respect to each other. They were both on the same lap, I believe, although Passon was a bit further behind. So there we go. And I'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah, thanks for the compliments on the stream, guys. Of course, I wish it was a little bit better quality, but in terms of the lag and stuff, but there's only so much we can do about that. Andrew's actually not here. He's taking a quick break at the moment, so you're left with me, and I'm not as talkative as Tom, so...
There can't be an awkward silence. I won't let there be an awkward silence. Don't worry. Blimey. Right. Awkward silence has now reverted. Good heavens.
See, everything falls apart when you leave, Tom. It's going to get ugly here.
Oh, don't say that. I don't know what's going to happen for the next 21 hours. Good heavens. Anyway.
Well, there's going to be a lot of awkward silence. That's what's going to happen. Looks like someone has stopped there on the inside of right
Yeah,
before turn 5. I'm not sure who that is.
that'll be D Griffin 28 in the Pescarolo. So the Courage, rather. He's stopped on the infield section of the circuit and has just remained there as well. So I don't
He's
know whether...
a GT Academy
Oh, there we are.
champion,
Gets going.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
not a champion, but a finalist this year, the past year in North American. So he certainly knows what he's doing. He must have encountered some type of problem. Maybe the cat jumped in his lap or something.
yeah, something like that. Happens to me too regularly, unfortunately. Anyway, that was the D Griffin 28, who is, of course, like we say, in the number 17 AVC racing car. And yeah, seems to have had a bit of an incident, unfortunately. But having a look at some more racing through the field.
Looks like Pasm and TWR Greco are... Oh, no, wait, excuse me.
It's Bo Albert's very close together with another driver. That's the number 123 car, number 45 technically. It says number 123 on the side, but it's actually known as the number 45. So there we go. Bear with me just a moment. I just need to shoot a quick message off to our series director. I'll be back momentarily. As we see GTP Pasm in the pit lane as well as D Griffin to repair that damage from his earlier crash.
Looks like D Griffin is in the pits now repairing his damage probably that he suffered from, must have been some kind of accident in the infield there on that last lap.
As we mentioned just a second ago, Pasm also in the pit lane. Is that a driver change? Must be. It is.
Oh, we hope so. We might get some sound on our videos very shortly.
Yeah. Hey.
There we go. Apparently, one of the commentators sounds just like Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, we mentioned that not so long ago.
Certainly wasn't me then.
No, it was. We must have determined it as Jordan because
With the only American voice currently with us.
exactly that. As we see Giorgio 57 in the pit lane as well. He's just filling up with some fuel for the Scar Racing Honda team. And he'll be out underway in the GT500 specification car once again. But I have to say, congratulations, many congratulations to Pasm for completing such a long stint. He's been in it since the start of the race and drove absolutely admirably as well. Very, very consistent. And we look forward to being joined by him in the com box later on in the event. Anyway, so having a look at some more on-track action then. We are currently 5:30 local time as I see Stiggs TC going a bit out of shape into the second horseshoe there on the infield section in the GT500 Nissan. Giorgio 57 still in the pit lane as well. Is he serving a penalty or... Oh, he's just exiting the pit lane. I apologise. Just exiting the pit lane now.
I'm idly curious how the standard Courage's headlights are going to fare against the headlights of all the other premium cars. I say standard and premium. Of course, those designations aren't used in GT6 now, but they are still quite clearly standard and premium.
Speaking of standard and premium, I had a great comment earlier when I was doing my Murray Walker impression on trees. Someone said, are we going to get standard and premium trees as well? So we have to commentate on one in a bit more depth than the other or something like that. So it must be about time for a random outburst, mightn't it? Must be about time for one about something. Let's find something random to talk about then. And there we are. We see the catch fencing on the side of the circuit. Yes, it is. By the walls. Fantastic job from the catch fencing, holding up the lights as well. The floodlights that are illuminating the circuit. What a great job they're doing. Fantastic. There you go. I can't do that too much longer. I've got to work tomorrow. I've got to have a voice.
It's almost like he's in the room. If the room was on Mars.
Yeah,
It's like the lights are coming on.
How old is Murray Walker now? He must be...
I think it's
90 odd.
measured in ice ages now.
Something along those lines, yeah. Got to say, that Honda HSV really does make quite a distinctive engine note.
It's a bit screamy, isn't it?
It is, yes. It's what was it rev up to 10,000, something like that?
It's certainly over 9,000.
I knew that was coming. I should have known.
So this is the only reason why you've actually got me.
Yeah, so you can make references to that all evening.
We've got a tight little scuffle in
To the second horseshoe.
into the bus stop here, actually.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah, you're quite right. There is.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Mercedes ROR. I'll let you say the team name.
Oh, the ROR, that would be Reaper Online
There we go.
Racing. Yeah.
And my team, the Green Hell Heathens.
Oh, you know that one. Yeah, right you are. Let's have a look then at who's driving the ROR car. Sorry, I've lost my way.
The
Green Hell
Reaper?
Heathens one. Reaper.
Reaper Online Racing. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Who's driving that car? Sorry, I've lost my way.
I believe that is R. Clark, camera number 8.
I think you might be correct. So let's have a look, and we will find him
Yeah, he's just coming onto the.
onto the straight
Thank
now.
you.
Yeah. Quite right, you are as well. So yeah, some great racing throughout the field. I want to have a look though, going on to the main straight because there's about 4 cars all in one log jam at the moment. There's incident into the first corner. One of the LMP2 cars getting all out of shape. The the Mercedes GT3 car there, the number 43 for a bit of Rivals Racing, gets all crossed up as well as D. Griffin finally gets past the Flash. What he's trying to do into turn 1 there, I think the Flash just braked a bit early and caught D. Griffin unawares coming into turn 1. And also spare a thought as well for the Flash and also GTP Passam as well. They're very close on track together. Both the same specification cars and both, I believe, a relatively similar stint in the race as well. Sorry, not GTP Passam, rather. I apologise. That's TWR Greco. Not Greco, rather. I'm getting confused. TNR... No, it's not. Oh, dear. Someone help me out here. I'm getting mixed up all over the place. It's one of the drivers. It's Friday GTRP. That's got to be him. Surely, yes, it is. There we are. Friday GTRP, who is now driving the Avalarion racing car, as Giorgio 57 in the GT500 spec car goes around the outside of him and manages to put a lap on him as well. So that must be the 5th or 6th time that it's been lapped now, has that car. And he's also put a lap on the Mercedes as well of the Bit of Rivals Racing Flash car number 5. The Flash 05 rather. Number 43 is his car number, and some admirable racing between the drivers as well.
Looks like the 2 Delta Wings have found themselves bunched up together in the infield.
They certainly have. Someone said I should do Tom's Notebook next year on Sky Sports F1. They'd be very kind. I actually know Ted Kravitz as well. I've got his. I spoke to him not so long ago. I interviewed him, and we keep in contact quite regularly. Nice guy, actually, I have to say, Ted Kravitz. Also, like I said earlier on, spoke to Crofty as well. He's a very nice guy, helping out with a lot of things regarding commentary. So, yeah, very, very nice. So I'm very, very lucky, as the Flash is now in the pit lane as well. That's the Kiwi.
We have the Delta Wings all over each other at the moment.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier on. So let's have a look then at the Delta Wings. So it's Inferno Racing who's leading. But as you said, the second Delta Wing then of Navere live. Look at it. Fantastic. Oh, he's off. I don't believe it. He is off into the barrier, isn't he? Yeah. Out of the bus stop. I missed that. Sorry about that. But that then was Navere, who was off into the second part of the bus stop.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, sorry about that. My fault. I missed the instant as well. I was disappointed. But not that I like to see crashes, of course, you understand. But I like commentating on things that they happen. It annoys me when I miss it. Anyway, getting back to it.
Well,
As,
we do have another voice that we can introduce at this point. Unfortunately, things are going to get very confusing because, like me, he's called Andrew, and like me, he's from Sheffield.
Good evening, gentlemen.
But unlike me, he supports the wrong team.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Good evening, Andrew.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone, to watching the stream. The next 10 minutes are probably going to be quite confusing because I've only just arrived back to watch the race, so I have no idea what's been going on in the first couple of hours. And any drama to note, guys, that I should know about?
Certainly so.
The highlights have been the YouTube Nissan GT3 and the Avalarion Audi R8 have basically been driving on the same piece of track for the last 3 hours.
Brilliant.
And the Delta Wing, the Nissan Delta Wing, has been visiting every single part of the infield for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, the Nissan. Sorry to interrupt. The Nissan Delta Wing there. Sorry, by the way, hi Andrew. Yeah, sorry, I'm Tom, by the way. Anyway, yes, the Nissan Delta Wing had a bit of contact on the first lap with the Mexican run Lexus SC430 team, and yeah, he went off. They had a bit of an incident going into the bus stop chicane, and had to repit for damages. Did the Delta Wing, and then because he caused the contact, apparently was given a stop go penalty as well. Following that, so he was
60-second that.
Right.
He's had another 10. The new driver's had a 10-second stop go penalty for using ABS as well. So it's not been plain sailing for the Nissan Delta Wing, unfortunately.
That sounds like a real shame because obviously they qualified really well. It's the first thing that I saw, kind of how they've gone from 2nd to 7th. But thanks for filling me in, guys. In fact, shall we do a rundown of the order for anyone just listening to the stream as opposed to watching it?
We can do the one that's on the what do you call it, the YouTube stream at the moment isn't currently up to date as far as I'm aware. I believe it's a bit out of time, so there has been a bit of a change in drivers and therefore a change in the lead in the GT3 class at least. So the results on there we can't actually give away, I'm afraid to say, because they'll be inaccurate. So we're trying to keep them as updated as we possibly can. I'll be off in actually a minute as well. I've been here since 6:30 tonight, so I'm off to get some sleep as well. I've got to be up for work tomorrow morning, unfortunately. So, but by the way, I just mentioned, if you have just tuned in to listen or watch the GTPlanet Endurance Series 24 Hours of Daytona, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your company. It's lovely to have you on board, and great to have you listening or watching as well. If you want to ask us any questions, by the way, feel free to pop a comment in the YouTube box on the right-hand side of the YouTube screen. If not, you can send us a tweet as well. I'm at TomBrooksF1. Also, there's Jordan here as well, the webmaster and founder of GTPlanet, at JordanMG. Famine is here, of course, as well, otherwise known as Andrew. He is at GTP_Famine. And also, Andrew, are you on Twitter?
I am.
You are? What's your handle?
Yes. It's Andrew the Blade, all one word, no underscores or anything, just nice and simple.
There we go. So if you fancy getting in contact with us, then that is how you do so. I tell you what, I'm going to have to come back tomorrow. I can't just leave it at this. I'm going to have to come back tomorrow just for the finish, the penultimate climax of the race. I can't leave it at this. It would just be too dire, wouldn't it? There's so much going on now that it's going to have to continue. Honestly, if I come in tomorrow and commentate on the last couple of hours, say, of the race, and it turns out that Passam or the Avalarion and the TNR Nismo team are still on the lead lap, I won't be surprised. It'd be very interesting to see. But, I doubt it highly, but it would be nice to be fair. They've been very, very competent drivers so far, and have shown great race and sportsmanship together as well during their battles, which has been nice to see. Anyway,
we do have some effective results as of hour 2 now. And it is largely similar to what's going on at the moment. However, there's a couple of misplaced teams due to the way we log these things. My team, Green Hell Heathens, is currently showing us in 12th because there has been no stint picks submitted from their from the stint that covered that 2-hour period. But it's effectively the same as you'd see on the screen at the moment, with the Mazda Delta Wing leading, having completed 74 laps, which is a full lap more than anybody else in the field. And yes, GT3 honours being shared between the Nismo GT3 and the Audi R8 of Valerian Racing. So pretty much as you were.
So if you've just joined us, you're watching the stream of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the first round for 2015, and it's the 24 Hours of Daytona. Thank you very much to Tom Brooks, absolutely cracking job, especially the last half hour. I loved tuning in just for the talk about the trees. That was quite a way to come into the stream. So it's a mix of two Andrews, both from Sheffield, and Jordan as well with us. I'm going to be around, I think, for the next couple of hours. Are you guys around for the majority of that, or is there going to be another?
I'm likely to run up to midnight, so that's an hour and 20 from now.
Right.
Yeah, I'm due to step away in about 20 minutes at the top of the hour here. So, but I'm not sure my reinforcements are not online yet, so I may be online a bit longer than I anticipated.
Well, I was going to be stepping away. I thought I had stepped away, but I haven't stepped away. I can't stay away. I can't stay away from this action. There's too much going on to even consider stepping away at the moment. Good heavens! I'll tell you what. I'll stick it out until 11 o'clock. That's what I'll do. I'll stick it out for another 20 minutes.
Great. Good to have you back.
Ah, you're very kind. But, well, no, people seem to be enjoying the commentary thus far, so can't really complain. But, yeah, TWR Greco in the pit lane at the moment as Navere exits it, puts some fuel on board, a new set of boots as well, and he comes out of the pit lane in the SSR Motorsports Nissan, or Nissan, as it's correctly pronounced, apparently. TWR Greco in the pit lane. He's in the SC430 for the Italian run, Team-Wise Racing, of course, and they're not doing too badly, actually, not having a bad run at all, to be honest with you. They've been fairly, I say fairly anonymous. They have been relatively anonymous this race. We haven't really seen much on-track action from them, but they've done a very, very competent job, it's got to be said, and raced very professionally, very fairly with the racing that we have seen them with. There we go. I find it sort of funny that someone on the comments is called James May, by the way. I don't know whether that's just a name they've used or it is actually their name, but I think that's quite good. I'm going to call myself Jeremy Clark. No, I'm not actually, no, because I'll just end up offending everyone. Not that I don't anyway, as you might have heard from my escapades earlier on.
Well, you all sound like him anyway, so, as was mentioned earlier. So.
Oh, dear. It's true, though, we do. Not really.
Well, he is from Rotherham, which ain't far from Andrew or me. So.
Ah. Having a look, there seems to be a bit of a 3-car train going on, coming onto the banked section of the circuit. Let's have a look. Navere in the LMP2.
That's a fifth or sixth completely different pronunciation of his name there.
Yep. Navare. I'll just call him Neo.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah, let's do that. Just call him Neo. That'll just make things easier, wouldn't it? The 45 GT3 Nissan that I'm looking at the moment, Bo Albert number 6, has got someone up his tail, but I can't tell you who because I can't see. So that is TNR Pfeffer then as well, who has taken over control, of course, not so long ago of the TNR Nismo car. Now, they are not on the same lap. They're not fighting for position. And Bo Albert recognises that and allows TNR Pfeffer to get through with relative ease. So there we are. That's that battle short-lived. But it was a nice move around the outside, I have to say.
Do we know what the latest on the TNR Avalerion battle is?
I haven't seen them on track for quite some time, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were a couple of inches apart from each other again.
No, let's have a look then and see. So who is currently... we saw that Pfeffer is driving the... he, of course, is driving the Nismo TNR car, and the Audi is being driven, and someone will butt in and tell me in a minute that it is being driven by a driver. I can confirm that, but I don't know which one.
Should be Friday GTRP.
It is Friday GTRP. You are quite right. Now, having a look, Pfeffer is currently just coming into turn 1, and Friday GTRP is just coming onto the bank section, so he's just crossing the line. So they're a bit further apart than they have been previously, but that doesn't mean to say that can't change.
Has Friday GTRP stopped in the last, looking at the times, 20 minutes?
There was a driver change. Yeah,
Right.
it was Passam.
So there we
Yes.
go.
Handing over.
Again, I apologise for my intermittence. I will be back in but a moment.
So
Yeah,
if
I'm not
you've
the world's biggest fan of that R8.
No, it's
Drones, and it's got yellow headlights, and
yeah.
but it seems fast enough.
I'm not a particular fan of the livery either. It's
No. But hey,
so if
it's
you've
the main sponsor.
recently joined us in the last couple of minutes or so, welcome to live coverage of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, and it's the 24 Hours of Daytona. Still in the relative early stages, just coming up to the 4-hour mark. More recently, or in terms of us being given the results, we've just had the 2-hour, after 2 hours results be handed over to us, and in the lead was the Delta Wing AER driven by Inferno Racing. Second place, a really strong first couple of hours for Team Wise Racing in their Lexus. They currently lead, or they do, lead GT500. ABC Racing in their Courage C60 were third after 2 hours. And it was SSR Motorsports in the Nissan GTR. E-Scuderia GTMX, the Mexican team, also in a Lexus in GT500, were fifth. Sixth, and with a few troubles I've been told in the first couple of hours, SSR Motorsports in their black Nissan Delta Wing, they were in sixth position. The battle that's raged since the start, TNR Nismo versus Avalerion Racing, have been racing in GT3 and leading that class. Reaper Online Racing have been running well in GT3 as well. Scar Honda bringing up the rear in GT500, and then the New Zealand team, Bitter Rivals Racing in their Mercedes-Benz, with Green Hell Heathens, who I believe have had a couple of issues as well with reporting their progress to AJ. They currently are classified as 12th.
So there we go. Should mention, as you were saying that there, Andrew, that Griffin 28, the ABC Racing Courage Peugeot, went into the pit lane just to splash and dash for a bit of fuel, but he emerged on circuit without incident. Just thought I'd give you a bit of an update on that front there.
Good.
So there we go. It's all sort of beginning to get into that quiet phase. I say that it's getting to that quiet phase, and it kind of isn't, and it is really, because we've got Stiggs TC and Pfeffer very close on circuit. Of course, Stiggs TC being in a different class, but yeah, I mean, Pfeffer having quite a good run. I mean, they're not as close, the Avalerion Racing team and the TNR Nismo team, as they were earlier on, which is a shame because they were literally glued to each other's gearboxes for the vast majority of the first 3 hours. But yeah, they've performed very admirably so far, have the TNR Nismo team, and all credit where credit's due. I mean, to everyone really taking part, it has to be said. Everyone's performed well as Sticks TC gets all crossed up and out of shape through the horseshoe there. But I'm just going to have a look a bit further back as well at some of the action going on track as we see TWR Greco getting past the Avalarion car of Friday GTRP. He gets past without incident and does a superb job as well. As I mentioned, the Team-Wise Racing Italian run SC430 had a bit of an uneventful race so far, but performed very consistently and are doing a very admirable job as to be expected. As you heard at the last count at the start of 2 hours, they were in second place within the race, but we will have to wait for a full update on the results to keep you in the loop as and when we know.
Just wondering, has Stiggs TC got damage to his car?
I believe that was an earlier incident that he suffered because of a Gran Turismo glitch. Essentially, if you have damage, it's and even if you haven't repaired it in the pit lane, it still comes up on the screen of the viewer as damage, basically. So it comes up as damage, but I'm not entirely sure, as it doesn't matter, he's going into the pit lane now anyway, so any damage he has will be therefore made redundant. But yeah, that's
does the damage bug include actual visuals of the car? Because I don't know whether it was the jumpiness of the stream, but it looked like his front right wheel was at a bit of an odd angle for going in a straight line.
Yeah, I believe some of the visual damage does remain. I can't confirm that, though. I think that Fabian or Jordan would be... Sorry, Andrew or Jordan, I should say, rather, would be better qualified to talk about that than myself. So...
We have complaints. You keep saying TWR is Italian and French.
They are French, you're quite right. That's my fault. Apologies. I've been reading the flag wrong.
We do have some raindrops.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, what a variable. Just as I'm about to leave. Typical. Absolutely typical. Can't believe it.
I can concur. That's either raindrops or my eyes are going again.
Yeah, either that or the graphics are really burning out.
It's a screen tear.
Yeah. Exactly. Sorry about that. I do apologise about the TWR Team-Wise Racing team. I've been calling them Italian for the past 4 hours and no one's corrected me. They are, of course, French. My fault entirely there. Sorry about that. So, yes, some drops of rain on the circuit. Not currently of a very large intensity. We'd have to really quite chuck it down to affect things a bit more than they are currently doing so. But we'll keep an eye on the weather as it develops onwards. Just having a look at Neo in the Delta Wing, who's just coming through turn 5 and making his way through a bit of traffic. And no indications that the weather is playing an effect thus far. It's purely psychological rain. This is the sort of rain that you see on your screen or on your visor as a driver, and it will affect you in the fact that you'll think, oh, there's not as much grip as there should be. But as it turns out, it's not affecting the circuit even in the slightest. I mean, the track temperature is probably high enough that the rain at the moment at a lower intensity is pretty much going to be burning off as soon as it hits the ground. But as it increases intensity, if it does so, that is when we'll start to see it play a factor. As I see a train of cars on my screen is going through turns 1 and 2. There's quite a lot of drivers within the first sector, it has to be said.
I love watching that Delta Wing going down the banking. There's so many sparks and so much smoke coming out the back of it. It looks like it's on fire.
It's like watching a 90s Formula 1 race. That's the only thing I can compare it to.
Like 90s, it's coal-fired.
Exactly. I do just want to mention that the GTMX Escuderia team, the Mexican run outfit, who I've got the nationality right this time, they are running very low on fuel as well. And their next competitor within the GT500 class on the road, I believe, as we see Sticks TC also in the pit lane for the GT500 Nissan. I'm just going to have a look and find out where GTMX is on the road. He's currently just coming up towards the bus stop chicane, and his next competitor, if someone wants to talk over me whilst I find out, will be Gregorio 57, who's just coming onto the banking now. So he's not got too much competition in the way, just traffic to contend with, does the Mexican driver.
And a smokescreen being laid down by a Delta Wing.
Yeah, quite right. And a bit of rain to add into the mix as well. Psychological rain there. But he's going to have to pit at the end of this lap, and he does so as well. Pulls off into pit road. And there we are. We see a pit lane for the Mexican run outfit. Is it going to be a driver change? Probably not. It's only 68 laps into his stint, so still got some in reserve as 60C. The Nissan GT500 of SSR Motorsports is in the pit lane now as well, and they are going to be changing drivers. I know they're not going to be changing drivers. I thought they were. He was in the pit lane for a jolly long time. I thought they'd be doing a driver change. My mistake, but they're not doing so. So there we go.
So worth noting from the support race earlier, what we saw with the rain was we saw it just like this, with no increase in surface water for about 5-10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it started building up, and it went from 0 to 100% surface water in 6 minutes.
Wow, so we'll have to keep an eye on the intensity of the rain to see how much it will affect things. But currently, Inferno Racing, way out in front, it has to be said, laps ahead of the rest of the field. They're just coming around the banking is the Delta Wing, the Mazda Delta Wing, this being the AER car as opposed to the Nissan one, that the other car that's in the race of SSR Motorsports. Now the difference between the two, as we mentioned earlier on, was a different engine, and Famine was of the belief that there was around about 30 more horsepower, as we see R. Clark in the
certainly
plane.
in real life. I don't know about the balance of performance for this series, because I haven't looked too closely, but I'll check on that in a minute.
There we are. Oh, hello. I've just had some news on our stream that GTPlanet rather than that PASM, GTP PASM, that's what I was thinking of, otherwise known as BART, has now got some audio on the YouTube stream, or at least did have, as R. Clark has now left the room. Driver change there then.
Sorry, Tom. Also a driver change for GTMX.
Yeah, you're quite right. The Scuderia GTMX team changing their drivers for the SC430 car. Ronnie Thomas being the replacement for R. Clark in the... I couldn't quite catch what team they were driving for. Sorry about that. But yeah, GTMX Scuderia team. Their driver now comes out. GTMX Hector, or Hecto1 now we'll call him, in the number 24 Lexus, comes back out onto track to resume their running for the race then. And he's got another GT500 car, 60C, who will be putting a lap on him to pass him now as they come up towards turn 5, and he gets past him with relative ease as well. But as we see some rain on the track, no current standing water, as we are going to be coming up then just beyond the 4 hour, I should say. 3 hour, 4 hour mark. I can't remember how many hours we've been doing this now. So the 4 hour mark, I should say. We're coming up to the 4 hour mark. In about 10 minutes we'll be there. Of course, due to the delayed start that we had earlier in the race. If you didn't catch it, there were a few technical gremlins, and we didn't get the race underway until 10 past 7 GMT, which was 10 past 2 local time. So we got the race underway then. So the time you're seeing on your screen is 10 minutes out of time at the moment.
The driver change that we weren't sure on, Ronnie Thomas stepping into a car. That car is the number 42 Reaper Iron Racing Mercedes.
I thought it was the Mercedes. I didn't want to get anything crossed up again because I've made so many mistakes this evening that I can count them on one hand. Count them on the fingers of my toes actually. Anyway, I believe, gentlemen, that's my lot for today.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I've enjoyed the racing. I've enjoyed the spectacle. I've enjoyed chatting to everyone, to Jordan, to Andrew, Famine as well, and to yourself, Andrew, as well, recently as well. So thank you very much for having me. I will try my best to be back tomorrow for the decider and the conclusion of the race. I would very much like to be there for that. I can't make any promises, but hopefully I will catch you again tomorrow. But in the meantime, have yourself an absolute blast, and we'll catch you. Well, I will catch you hopefully again soon. If not tomorrow, then again definitely at another endurance event. And I'll see you then. Best of luck for the rest of the commentary. Thank you for tuning in on YouTube. Thank you for all the kind words as well about my commentary. Really do appreciate that. If you want to follow me on Twitter again, it's at Tom Brooks F1. Love to hear from you, and love to hear you get in touch as well. So please do feel free to do so. Also on GTPlanet under the simple name of Tom as well. So if you want to get in contact, send me a message or something like that, then again feel free to do so. Always like to hear from people, and it's always very nice. But anyway, as I said, it's been an absolute pleasure. So I will leave you guys to it and bid you adieu.
Enjoy the pizza.
Well, thank you very much. I will.
Yes, thanks, Tom. Thanks for everything.
No problem at all. Thank you very much. You're more than welcome. Thank you for having me. So I will catch you again soon.